What's going on? Thank you for tuning in. I am your man, Kenyatta Black. Shout out to the Black Squad. Welcome back to another episode of Convos with Kenyatta. We got a special one for you tonight, baby. We got a special one for you tonight. I took my time with this one. Oh, yeah. We're going to get into it. Look, before we get into it, make sure you are following me on Facebook at Omani King Kenyatta. Make sure you are following me on Instagram at KenyattaInTheBasement. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you're not already subscribed, I know for a fact after you watch this video, you're going to click the subscribe button before we get halfway through with this one. Because you're going to want some more of this kind of content, baby. You're going to want more of this. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button now. Click that bell icon. Make sure you're getting all notifications. Again, I repeat, click the bell icon. Make sure you are getting all notifications for when I drop a video. And last but not least, if you like the content, support the content. Go ahead and bless the Cash App, $BLAXKSQUAD, or you can hit the PayPal. All of that is in the description box, baby. Yeah, I've been quiet for the last couple of days, man. I've been real quiet for the last couple of days. Those of you who are on my Facebook page and my Instagram page, you know I've been quiet. I popped up the other day and let you know, hey, have y'all noticed I've been quiet lately? A couple days have been a little quiet. When's the last time I was quiet? I'm working on something. I'll let you know I was working on something. Listen, today we are going to break down 14 different types of hoes. Because I've been telling y'all there's all types of hoes. And for those of you who've been around for a while, you know exactly which hoe I've been telling you is the worst hoe of them all. And we're not going to give it away just yet. We don't want no spoiler alerts. You know what I mean? We don't want no spoilers. I'm not going to give it away just yet. But I'm going to save the worst hoe for last. Man. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to break down an assortment of hoes tonight. An assortment of hoes. Oh, man. I don't know if y'all ready for this one. I'm telling you, it's going to be a good one. But you know what? Without further delay, let's get right into it. The first hoe on the list is the aggressive hoe. You know there's some aggressive hoes out there. Man. I told you wasn't ready. I told you were not ready. Now I'm using Sukihana as the, let's say, poster child for the aggressive hoe. Because Sukihana definitely fits the mold. She definitely fits the mold. That is one aggressive hoe. I mean, she's got aggression in her voice. She's got aggression in her mannerisms. She's got aggressive in her speech, in her approach. I mean, this is the first female rapper who is actively talking about licking booty holes. If she's not the poster child for the aggressive hoe, I don't know who the hell is. But let's break this down. What are the attributes of the aggressive hoe? Number one, she approaches all things in a masculine manner, especially men. Especially men. I remember the first time an aggressive hoe tried to holler at me. I remember the first time. I was in front of the corner store. Now, I know there's a few people that rock with me that are actually from Stanford. For those of y'all who from Stanford, to paint the picture a little better, remember the corner store that used to be across the street from the Y on Washington Boulevard? You know, you got the 2-4, you got the 24-hour store over there on Atlantic Street next to the Chinese spot, right? But remember, back in the day, that hotel over there on Washington Boulevard, how it used to be the Y, and right across from there was another corner store. Those were the only two stores downtown back in the day. Right in front of that fucking store, I'm walking past. I can't remember where I was coming from. And this chick from Atlanta, I know she's from Atlanta because she told me she was from Atlanta, and she had this southern accent. That was like one of the first times I could remember hearing a southern accent, right? And she was trying to holler at a brother like you wouldn't believe. Kept calling me shorty. Hey, shorty. I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Because, you know, around here, we call chicks shorty. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck? It felt like a dude was trying to holler at me. You feel me? The way she was coming at me, all aggressive and masculine. You know what I'm saying? Like the way you would say it today, shorty was applying pressure. You know what I mean? And I was just like, nah, I got a girl, shorty. I got a girl. I ain't had no fucking girl, but that shit was a turnoff. That aggression was a turnoff. The aggressive hoe, she is the hoe that is more likely to approach a man than any other hoe. You know what I'm saying? Now, ladies, I'm not saying that if a woman approaches a man, that makes her a hoe. It does not. But see, the aggressive hoe, she is the reason why a woman approaching a man has become stigmatized, if you will. It is the aggressive hoe that has given a lot of men that perception of a woman who approaches a man. Because it's the aggressive hoe. It is the aggressive hoe that is most likely to approach a man of all hoes. And she's so aggressive with her hoeing. She's so aggressive with her hoeing that it's easy to spot. It's easy to spot. Sooner or later, it's going to come. If it's not obvious to a man right from the get that she's a hoe, sooner or later, it's definitely going to come out. Okay? He's going to find out this chick is smashing half his hood, or she done smashed half the homies already, or he start messing with her, and then she smashes one of his homies. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. All right. Now, number two, she is the monkey branching queen. The aggressive hoe is the monkey branching queen. Mainly because she's so aggressive with her hoeing that, as I've already said, she has no problem approaching men. She will approach any and every man she is attracted to, or even any and every man she thinks she can get something out of. She might not even be attracted to you, but she figures you got something that she want or something she can benefit from. Oh, she'll holler at you. Quick. And this is what enables her to be the monkey branching queen. Because basically, the way we're talking about an assortment of hoes tonight, the world is one big assortment of men to the aggressive hoe. So she has no problem monkey branching whatsoever of all the hoes. And we're breaking down 14 of them tonight. But truth be told, I might have to come back with a part 2 because there's more types of hoes. Oh, there's more types of hoes than what I'm naming here tonight. And you'll be able to figure that out as the show goes on, because there are because I'm using celebrity faces as the poster child for the different archetypes of hoes. So as the show goes on, you'll be able to realize that there's some hoes that ain't on the list tonight based on whose faces you don't see. Okay. But number 3, her personality makes her undesirable to a large number of men. Because most men don't like an aggressive hoe. Most men don't like an aggressive hoe. You know what I'm saying? It's a turnoff. Her masculinity is a turnoff. Now, when you look at number 2, how she's the monkey branching queen, when a man sees that, okay, this chick is in every nigga's face, turn off. Huge turn off. When she opens her mouth and starts talking, and her speech is more crude than yours is. She says nigga more than you do. She curses more than you do. You know what I'm saying? You go over to her house and she got natural ice in the fridge. Like, goddamn, this chick. And for those of you who don't know, I'm not talking about literal ice. I'm talking about the beer. There's a beer called natural ice, and that shit is disgusting. Shit is mop water. You know what I'm saying? You go over to her crib, she got natural ice in the fridge. She a whole female. It's like, damn, shorty, where the wine at? Pretty girl like you should be sipping on some Moscato or something. You over here guzzling natural ice and St. Ives and Old English and shit. Just her personality and the way she moves, to most men, it is a huge turnoff. Huge turnoff. Matter of fact, ladies, if a lot of times y'all might be talking amongst yourselves, just the ladies, and you be trying to put your finger on it. Like, why? How come that girl, she's a pretty girl, how come she can't keep a man? It might be because she's an aggressive hoe. It might be because she's an aggressive hoe. Or it might be because she's a different type of hoe. We're going to break down 14 of them tonight. We're going to break down 14 of them tonight. But it's possible. Ask yourself, how does she move? Does she come off aggressive to you? Does she come off masculine to you? She might possibly be an aggressive hoe. But moving right along, the next hoe on the list, the chameleon hoe. The chameleon hoe. Oh man. I told you. I told you I had something special for you tonight. And we are just getting started, baby. Trust me, we are just getting started. Listen, pull up a chair, grab the popcorn, pour up a drink, turn the lights down, get comfortable. I'm trying to tell you, I got something special for you tonight. Number 2 on the list, the chameleon hoe. And as you can see, we are using Sierra as the poster child for the chameleon hoe, because she is in fact taking on the traits, behavior, and role of the chameleon hoe. Now, I'm saying it that way for a reason. She's taking on the role, traits, and behavior of the chameleon hoe. She got smart because, truth be told, Sierra isn't a natural chameleon hoe. Sierra actually is a different kind of hoe that we are going to talk about tonight. So I'm not going to say exactly which kind of hoe Sierra is until we get to that one, because I don't want to spoil none of the different archetypes of hoes before we get to them. But yeah, Sierra's actually a different type of hoe, but she's taking on the role, behavioral traits, and attributes of the chameleon hoe so that she can create some, stability and maintain a lifestyle for herself and her children, which is a smart move. Don't hate the player, baby. Hate the game. Listen, man. I didn't make the rules. I'm just reporting the news. All right. Now, what are the attributes of the chameleon hoe? Well, number 1, she possesses the ability to cosmetically change herself for different men as easily as the wind changes directions. Have you ever seen a chameleon change colors? If you've never seen a chameleon change colors, go ahead and Google it or pull up a YouTube video. It's actually pretty fucking amazing how chameleons change colors. I saw one video where somebody put some bananas on the table. They put some strawberries on the table. And then at the end of the table, I can't remember what it was, but it was something blue. So when the chameleon touches the bananas, you see, his feet begin to change yellow, and then it spreads from the feet up the legs to the rest of the body. Then he crawls over toward to the strawberries, and while he comes off the bananas, he goes back to his natural color. Then as soon as he touches the strawberries, same thing. You see the red coloration coming into the feet, spreading up the legs, then to the rest of the body. And then same thing when, like I said, it was something blue at the end of the table. Same thing. You see the blue begin in the feet. It spreads up the legs, then begins to cover the rest of the body. It is an amazing thing to see. That is the chameleon hoe. But see, that color is a cosmetic change. It is a cosmetic change, much like a woman's makeup, right? If you see, I know all of you have seen those videos and those memes by now where, like, say the meme, if you take the meme, on the left is a picture of this extremely unattractive woman. And I mean extremely unattractive. Like, man, one of the ugliest women you ever seen in your life. All right, let's just keep it real. And then, it's like a split screen where on the other side, on the right side, is a woman who is fucking pretty. And then what you realize is, oh shit, that's the same fucking woman. Makeup is the devil. Makeup is of Satan. This is ridiculous. That is the chameleon hoe. She possesses the ability to cosmetically change herself for different men as easily as the wind changes direction, as easily as a real chameleon will put his hand on a banana and begin to change color into yellow. That is just how easy it is for a chameleon hoe to cosmetically change herself based on the man she's interested in or based on the man she's with. Now, see, remember what I said a minute ago. Remember what I said a minute ago. Sierra is not a natural chameleon hoe. She's a different type of hoe, which is why she's not that good of a chameleon. Her behavior is erratic and it's all over the place. On top of the fact that, her being with Russell Wilson, she's realized that she doesn't necessarily have to maintain her chameleon form because Russell Wilson is a pushover. He's a sucker. He's a blue pill sucker. So that's why, she can do the twerk videos at the gas station of all damn places. That's why she could show up on the red carpet with her butt cheeks hanging out. You know what I'm saying? She can do that because dude is a sucker. And for the fact that she's not a natural chameleon hoe and it's hard for her to maintain that form, she's happy that she don't have to maintain it all day. But let's see. Number 2, her objectives are never honest and almost always evil. Almost always evil. Like Sierra herself, her objectives are not honest. Her objectives aren't honest. We all know she is not feeling Russell Wilson like that. She is not. Come on, man. Look at the dude she's dated. Future, 50 Cent, and it was somebody else. It was somebody else on that list too. I forget who it was. But clearly, Russell Wilson is not the type of guy that she goes for. And in a minute, when I show you, some interaction between the two of them, you're going to see it. You're going to see it. A good example of a woman's or a chameleon hoe and her objectives almost always being evil, Marjorie Harvey. Marjorie Harvey. Now, it's been rumored now already that she done messed around with the bodyguard / chef and all that. Steve is saying it didn't happen. Okay. If Steve say it didn't happen, then okay, we'll say that it didn't happen. But before any of these rumors popped up over the last couple of days, I think we all know Marjorie Harvey is an opportunist, to say the least. And that is because Marjorie Harvey is a chameleon hoe. And I'm banking that sooner or later she's gonna break the bank, if you will, and go ahead and cash out. I don't know exactly what she's waiting for because she already got Steve exactly where she wanted. Because he adopted her children. Now her children are grown, so he's not gonna have to pay child support, none of that. But I can't help but imagine that would be factored into a divorce settlement. And obviously that goes in Marjorie's favor, not Steve's. And I don't know. Steve don't seem like the type of dude that would have a prenup. You know, because like, you know, when you think about the two biggest simps in the world, Steve Harvey and Derek Jackson come to mind, right? But see, the difference between Steve Harvey and Derek Jackson is Steve Harvey actually believes the shit that's coming out of his mouth. You feel me? Derek Jackson is just a fucking hustler. Derek Jackson is a fucking hustler. Derek Jackson doesn't believe a word that's coming out of his fucking mouth. But Steve, no, he believes that shit. He believes that shit. He seemed like the type of dude that wouldn't have a prenup. And he's worth about $400 or $500 million. If Marjorie could take half of that, bruh. Well, moving along to number 3. Though capable of monkey branching, she is more content to maintain stability. What's the point? What's the point of being a chameleon just so you can hop around from Johnson to Johnson? That's not a chameleon hoe's, you know, modus operandi. Nah, a chameleon hoe, she prefers stability. She prefers stability. She'll stay put for a little while. You know what I'm saying? She'll stay put for a little while. You know, look at Sierra. Look at Marjorie Harvey. You know what I'm saying? Even though Janet Jackson is not a chameleon hoe, look how she did with the rich Arab dude. She stayed put for a little while, so you know, because she was playing the role somewhat of a chameleon. There was a little bit of chameleon traits that went into that, but it wasn't exactly chameleon behavior. Exactly, but a little bit. She stayed put for a little while so she could get that paper. You know what I'm saying? A chameleon's gonna stay put for a minute. She's not like the aggressive hoe. Or a few other types of hoes that like, you know, riding the cock carousel, as we say. No. She prefers to stay put for a minute. So Sierra, taking on the role of a chameleon hoe, she's staying put for a while. Now, I, like a lot of you, I am under the way I see it. Once Russell Wilson hits his financial peak and his play on the field seriously starts, once his play on the field and his financial decline, or I'll put it this, once his play on the field and his finances begin to decline at the same time, I imagine that might be when Sierra pulls the trigger on a divorce. I can't see her being with this dude for too long. I can't see it. She's clearly not happy. She's clearly not, you know, this is clearly not the type of dude that she's really into. You know what I'm saying? It's like the difference between attraction and arousal. She might be attracted to this man as far as he is a good man. No doubt about it. He's a good man. He's everything that you would think a woman would want. And that's attractive. But she is not aroused by this man. You know what I'm saying? He don't make the nether regions tingle. You feel me? And for women that can be a big deal. That can be a big deal. But see, Let me show you the chameleon hoe in action. Let me show you the chameleon hoe in action. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought Russell Wilson was a Christian man. I thought Sierra had become a Christian woman. What happened to Sierra's prayer and all that? Now she's twerking at the gas station because, like I said, Sierra is not a natural chameleon hoe. So it's very difficult for her to maintain chameleon form. It's very difficult. It doesn't come natural to her. On top of the fact, as you're about to see, Russell Wilson, though he is a good man, he's a weak man. He's a chump. He's a sucker. He's a beta. Beta. All right. So along the line, she realized, oh shit, I don't have to maintain this form at all times. I can just maintain it just enough to keep this sucker blind. And that's what she's doing. And then look at this interaction here between the two of them. Look at this dude trying to be cool. He's trying. At least he's trying. I'll give him that. At least he's trying. It was more than you could say for a lot of men. At least he's trying. Right? But look at how, I want you to notice how fake Sierra is here. And then at the end, I want you to pay attention to how she mocks him to his face subtly, and he doesn't even notice it. Check this shit out right here.
Mexico. Oh, you like it? Oh, yeah. Date nights, I'm telling you, it changes the game.
What did you say, babe?
I told him. I tried to tell him. Date nights, it changes the game.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Every
it's
week,
necessary.
Every week it's necessary. Yeah.
That's time.
Fellas, take your ladies on date night.
Come on, man.
Don't miss out on them either.
Don't miss out on them either.
Miss out on them. What you wearing?
Don't miss out on them neither. Now see, that was her way of saying that was some lame ass shit you just said, bro. That was some lame ass shit you just said, bro. Why you all in the camera trying to act like you a rapper or something, bro? You know what I'm saying? Bro, come on. Do you see it? Do you see the chameleon? Do you see it? And then look, now here we're gonna kind of illustrate some more. Just pay attention to the body language. Just pay attention to the body language. Pay attention to the lack of chemistry. This man has got to be one of the blindest men to fall victim to the chameleon hoe. It's ridiculous. It's right in front of his face. He don't even see it.
Over there.
Whatever I want because I'm pregnant.
True. You looking good in it. I'm over here wearing my pretty gray. Handsome gray. I call it handsome gray.
You're looking good.
Yeah, thank you. Babe?
Yes.
I was talking to Babe Ruth over here.
Oh, Babe Ruth.
There go that thing. There go that thing. She stays shaking that thing, don't she? This girl got more twerk videos on the internet than the twerk team. Remember the twerk team back in the day? Why is this married woman dancing in the snow in her drawers? Look at that. Stripper move. Stripper move. Oh, break it out. Stripper move. Like, come on, man. But what I want y'all to remember, like I said, because in a minute, when we get to it, I'm going to tell you which hoe Sierra actually is. Remember I said it. Remember I said she is not a natural chameleon hoe. She's simply taking on the role and the form of a chameleon hoe. She you know, she wised up and went this route. But she's actually a different type of hoe. Now, I'm going to tell you which one she actually is when we get to it. Look at this. Look at this. She doesn't even have to be a hardcore chameleon. Because Russell is such a sucker that she's able to go out here and hang out with verified hoes, certified hoes. Why is your wife hanging out with Lori Harvey? Why is your wife hanging out with Lala Anthony? And there's another one. Who's the other chick? Meg Thee Stallion. Your wife is hanging out with Meg Thee Stallion, Lala Anthony, and Lori Harvey. And I'm gonna break down something else. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it down when we get to it. Remember, when we get to it, I'm gonna tell you which hoe Sierra actually is, and it's gonna all make a little bit more sense when I tell you exactly which hoe she is and how she's able to hang out with these other hoes and still kind of fly beneath the radar until she got with Russell Wilson. It's gonna all come back full circle. Just bear with a brother. Just bear with a brother. But moving right along, the big head hoe. You can't leave out the big head hoe. The big head hoe is something else. The big head hoe is something else. Now, we all know a big head hoe. We all got big head hoes in our family. Big head hoes make up a large population of the hoes today. It's usually, what's funny is there's a lot of big head hoes on TV these days. Have you noticed? Maybe when I break down the attributes of the big head hoe. When I break down the attributes of the big head hoe, you will understand. So what are the attributes of the big head hoe? There you go. There you go. As you read them, am I lying? There seems to be a lot of big head hoes on TV these days, ain't it? Number one, she typically has an overinflated sense of value. Now, since we are using Ebony K. Williams as the poster child for the big head hoes, Ebony K. Williams herself, right? If you remember, what was that, last month or the month before last, when Iyanla Van Zant asked her would she date a bus driver?
If he owned the bus. If he owned the bus.
Like, yo, shorty, you're like 50. You're like 50 years old, and you basically wasted all your prime years chasing after a zaddy. You was trying to get William Cartwright to marry you. William Cartwright didn't want to marry you. Now you done try to come back over here to Blackistan, messing with the brothers, talking shit to the brothers like we did any damn thing to. You've been with the white boys for the last 20 years. Now she want to come back amongst black folk and talk down on black men. Because she thinks she's better than black men. She has an overinflated sense of value. And even in just relation to dating a bus driver, again, what do men value? in a woman. Youth and beauty. Youth and beauty. Her youth is about 15 years behind her. And though she is an attractive woman, I mean, you know, two things could be true at the same time. Let's not be assholes. Let's not be some red pill assholes, because there's already enough of those. Where, you know, a lot of red pill dudes, because they don't care for Ebony Williams, they'll try to pretend like she's not an attractive woman. Get the fuck out of here. Ebony K. Williams is an attractive woman. She is not ugly. Stop playing. All right? Two things can be true at the same time. However, though she is attractive for her age, that's just it. She is attractive for her age. It has a single, attractive, middle-aged woman who wants a certain kind of man. What she apparently fails to understand is she is competing, whether she likes it or not. The dating market is one big competition. I don't give a damn how you feel about it, ladies. Because a lot of women say, I ain't competing for no man. I ain't competing for no man. If you are single and on the dating market, you are competing. Period. Doesn't matter. Male or female. Male or female, if you are single and you're on the dating market, you are competing. And what Ebony K. Williams fails to understand is, though she is an attractive older woman, she's competing with attractive women who are 10 and 15 years younger than her, 20 years younger than her. And the men she wants have no problem getting those women who are 10, 15, 20 years younger than she is. But she'll sit there and tell you, you know, who she ain't gonna date, what she ain't gonna do. Because she has an overinflated sense of value. Number two, she's usually an educated woman or belongs to a well-off family. That's why she's big-headed. That's why she's big-headed. A lot of these chicks, they'll get a little PhD or a bachelor's or a master's or whatever. You know, they'll go to some university and get that piece of paper. As soon as they get that piece of paper, boy, you can't tell them nothing. You can't tell them nothing. They got their little, you know, they majored in women's studies. They got their little major in grasshopper reproduction on the moon. Some bullshit irrelevant degree that doesn't translate well into making money a lot of the times. But just because they got that piece of paper, that is what contributes to their big head. Or, like I said, sometimes they belong to a well-off family. Mommy and daddy got money. She ain't got money. Mommy and daddy got money. You know, like how Shaq tell his kids, you ain't rich, I'm rich, right? A lot of well-off parents will tell their kids that shit. But see, the big-headed hoe, she comes from parents who didn't tell her that shit. She comes from parents, especially a daddy. It's usually the father. The father is usually a sucker. 9 times out of 10, the big-headed hoe has a daddy who's a sucker. And he raised his daughter, his big-headed daughter, to think, you know, she's a princess, and sent her out into the world with the idea that that is how all men are supposed to view her, that all men are supposed to treat her like her daddy. Unbelievable. And you know, on a side note, I tried to spark the war on simps last year. For those of you who remember, I tried to set off the war on simps last year. Unfortunately, the bottom line is, truth be told, I'm too small of a YouTuber. I've got too small of a platform to be the one who's capable of sparking off a war on simps. But I said last year that we need to wage war on these fucking simps. A lot of these simps are fathers, and a lot of these simp fathers have daughters. And they're instilling this kind of stupidity into their daughters. These are the dudes, these men who raise these kind of women. These men are basically making the beds of an entire generation of men harder to lay in because of the type of daughters that they're producing. And the big head hoe, she usually has that kind of a father. However, number 3, she lives to challenge men. Remember, she's a big-headed hoe. She's a big-headed hoe. She's usually educated, usually has some money. And like I said, 3, lives to challenge men. Now, how does she usually challenge men? Verbally. Verbally. The only means that a woman really has of dominating a man is verbally. She can't kick your ass. You know what I'm saying? She can't kick your ass. There's really nothing she can do to you. So she always wants to try to dominate you verbally. This is the woman who's always trying to talk over you. This is the woman who's always trying to talk over you. This is the woman who's always trying to interrupt you in the middle of your fucking sentence like she didn't fucking hear you were talking. That's the big head hoe. That's the big head hoe. Or it could be a situation, a difference of opinion. A difference of opinion. Or not even necessarily a difference of opinion. Say you're somebody like myself who speaks for and advocates for men. And the big head hoe, she'll come along and she won't like that at all. She won't like that at all. Right? Now, all kinds of hoes don't like that. But the big head hoe, she don't like that at all. So she'll try to come along and challenge everything that's being said. Even the simplest of things, such as men should have standards. She'll challenge that. Something so basic, something so common sense, something so logical, something as reasonable as men having standards. She will try to challenge that and twist it into something else. Body shaming or policing women or something. She'll try to twist it and turn it into something when it just all boils down to men having standards. She'll try to challenge that because she lives to challenge men. As you are about to see, let's take a look at the big head hoe in action.
Today's sidebar starts with a note of gratitude. I want to thank the culture for making my interview with Dr. Iyanla Vanzant one of the most popular and actively engaged content offerings the Griot has produced. So before I tell you my thoughts, let's replay the clip that had some of y'all deep into your feelings. I do want you to speak how women...
Now, wait a minute. It's the big head hoe. Now, already, she's passively aggressively trying to throw shade at people and being dismissive of how people viewed and perceived what she said.
Has some of y'all deep off in y'all feelings.
This the big head hoe. Pay attention.
Need to I don't know, position ourselves so that we can be in our divinity, so we can have our crowns right, how we can create and not build. When some of us...
Word salad, blah, blah, blah. That was a bunch of bitch babble.
Be in our feminine, maintain our crowns.
What the fuck does that shit even mean? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? And if you look at her face and the way she's kind of stumbling over her words, she literally didn't really have anything to fucking say. So she resorted to bitch babble.
Maintain our divinity.
You're not fucking divine. You are not divine. You bleed like everybody else. You sweat like everybody else. You shit like everybody else. You wake up in the morning and brush your teeth like everybody else. You put your pants on the same way as everybody else. You are not divine, you big-headed heifer. I'm so sick of hearing this divine feminine bullshit. You are not a goddess. You are a human being capable of error and full of flaws. Tired of that divinity bullshit. I'm so sick of hearing that shit.
Quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us, and I'm talking about across the color spectrum, across the age spectrum, trust me, I've done them all, they are not positioned.
Yeah, we know you've done them all, Ebony. We know you done them all, you big head hoe.
To protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources, and some of them are not even showing up in the leadership.
Would you date a bus driver?
Here it come.
You.
Look at the face.
The bus, if he owns it.
Did you see the face? First of all, she was insulted that Ayanla even asked her that shit. She was insulted that she even asked her that question.
He owns the bus.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Now let's address the response to the interview and what some of y'all are calling a backlash. So let me be clear. First, I am a professional disruptor. So
what the fuck is a professional disruptor? A professional disruptor? That sounds like another way of saying agent of chaos. Professional disruptor. What are you disrupting? Are you disrupting peace? Are you disrupting order? What exactly are you disrupting? A professional disruptor. Interesting. Like I said, that sounds like a whole nother way of saying agent of chaos, doesn't it?
backlash is my business, and I will always take it on the chin for the sake of advancing the work, conversation.
She was taking something else on the chin from Zaddy. She was taking something else on the chin from Zaddy. Yes, she was.
Or movement. So know that I am completely unfazed by the onslaught of nasty comments, wishing me a sad, lonely, bitter existence.
Now, wait a minute. Here it come. Here it come.
Until my untimely death. Now, that is some weird energy to be wishing onto a black woman, especially one who is...
Here we go with the black stuff. Here we go with the black stuff. Now, first of all, that's some weird energy to be wishing on a black woman. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So, because of what you said about who you won't date, a lot of black men responded, well, okay, well, that's fine. Just understand that more than likely, the road that you're traveling on ends here, where you are most likely going to be alone and not have anybody. That's not wishing anything on you. That's called foresight. Something that hundreds of thousands of years of male evolution has wired men to have. Now, if you had some foresight, you would pretty much be able to tell where the road you're traveling on is going to end. But wait a minute. She has a problem with that, but I've never heard her say anything about the thousands and thousands and thousands of women who celebrated Kobe Bryant's death. I never heard her say anything about the thousands and thousands and thousands of black women who celebrated Kevin Samuel's death. I never heard her say anything about the thousands and thousands and thousands of black women who were wishing death on Jamie Foxx a couple of months ago. So black women can get all over the fucking internet and celebrate the deaths of black men, as well as wish death on black men. And Ebony K. Williams and black women like her who have platforms where they could say something, where they could check black women about that shit, they say nothing. But as soon as a group of black men tell Ebony K, okay, that's fine if that's how you want to operate on the dating market, but just understand that more than likely, you're going to end up alone. For a number of reasons. One, you're not 25 anymore. Two, the type of men that you want are few in number. Three, the type of men that you want have options. Specifically, they have the option of dating women who are 10 and 15 years younger than you. So you being a pretty much middle-aged woman, though you are an attractive woman, revert back to number one, you're not 25 anymore. And you're competing with 25-year-old chicks, and the men who you want who have the option of getting with those 25-year-old chicks, more than likely they're going to choose the 25-year-old chick. So if that's how you want to operate on the dating market, you are a grown-ass woman. You are a free and self-governing human being, an American citizen. You have the right to operate however you choose to operate. Nobody's trying to tell you how to operate. Operate how you want to operate. Just understand that more than likely, you're going to end up not having anybody. That's weird energy. But she has nothing to say about black women celebrating the deaths of black men or black women wishing death on black men. Interesting. Very fucking interesting.
Dedicated her life to the liberation of black folk, but, you know, whatever.
So after dating white dudes for the last 15 years, suddenly she's dedicated her life to the liberation of black folk. And exactly which black people were you trying to liberate by sleeping with and almost marrying white men? I'm confused. I'm so confused.
I guess go off. See, I wanted to talk about how do we close the gap between black women who do show up in a so-called masculine posture, those of us that are providing and building and protecting due to circumstances that we might feel.
Who the hell are black women protecting? Who the hell are black women protecting? Who? They can't even protect themselves. Now, it's been a while since we've seen a video of black chicks getting their asses whooped in Asian nail shops and weave shops and shit. It's been a while since we've seen one of those, but who are black women protecting? Who are they protecting? They can't protect themselves. Because let's be honest, in no group of women can protect themselves. That's what the men are for. Right? So who are black women protecting? They can't protect themselves. They're certainly not protecting black men. I would argue they're not protecting they're not capable of protecting their children. How are you protecting? You can't claim that. You definitely can't claim that you're protecting your sons. Because your sons aren't even reading at the grade levels that they're supposed to be reading at. A large number of your sons are dropping out of high school. A large number of, or I'll say too many of your sons are ending up in prison, especially when they're raised solely by you. 76% of the men in prison today were raised by single mothers. So who the hell are black women protecting? This is more word salad, more big-headed word salad is what this is.
Make us feel that if we don't do it for ourselves, we will have to go without the resources and protections we need to feel safe in this world. But Dr. Iyanla went in a different direction. She asked me a personal question. And y'all know I have been extremely transparent about the fact that my life choices and my chosen lifestyle are far outside of the norm. So when I said that I would date the bus owner, a lot of y'all heard something different. Some of you heard the following. Bus drivers are whack. Bus drivers are broke. Oh, and I'm too good for a bus driver. The only thing is, y'all made that part up. See, I said what?
Here comes the self-righteous word salad.
I said. But then some of y'all started talking about salaries and hourly wages, pensions and benefits. And that's wild because I was never talking about money at all.
Now, she's going to say she was never talking about money at all. She was talking about ownership. But obviously, if you own the bus, you make a lot more money, which is obviously what the issue is. If a bus driver could make $500,000 a year, I'm pretty sure Ebony K. Williams would date the fucking bus driver.
I was talking about black ownership, but some of y'all made it about money. I'm talking about ownership, black enterprise, and entrepreneurship, because really I am talking about black liberation. And if you...
Again, she's dated white dudes for the last like 15 years, but now all of the sudden, she's interested in black liberation. Okay.
Read my book, you'll understand why. So I'm standing 10 toes down on that position, and I don't really care if you're hurt or offended by it. And since some of y'all are already big mad, let me go ahead and make you incensed. So out of the 50,000 plus comments posted on social.
Now see, that's the big head hoe right there. The big head hoe, she has to poke and poke and poke. She can't let it go. She gonna poke the bear and poke the bear, poke the bear.
Since y'all already big mad, let me go ahead and make you incensed.
That's the big head hoe for you.
I only saw a handful that even considered the possibility of a bus owner being a more aspirational position and recognizing that I am actually speaking and pouring into the ascension of black men.
The bus owner is obviously a more financially stable position. It's financially more attractive. It's financially sexier than the bus operator, the bus driver. The man who owns the bus is obviously the man who pays the man who drives it. And we all know you only receive a fraction of what you produce in your paycheck. You're only paid a fraction of what you produce. Otherwise, how would the owner make any money? So obviously, if the owner is only paying you a fraction of what you produce, then clearly the owner is pocketing the rest of the money. Paying other expenses as needed, right? And then pocketing the profits. And obviously, he's paying you X amount of dollars based on the profit that he is shooting for. So obviously the man who owns the bus makes more money than the man who drives it. Why is she pretending like we don't know what the fuck 2 + 2 is?
I said what I said. But see, no, some of y'all were too busy naming and shaming me personally and black women in general as undesirable, gold diggers, and much worse. Now, I suspect that some of y'all are the same men that were bringing home C's and D's on your report cards, only to then be coddled
Watch this. Watch this.
by parents that said, well, that's
Hold up.
okay, as long as you're doing your best.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Cards, only to then be coddled by parents that said, well, that's okay, as long as you're doing your best.
Now, she's talking to black men. Notice how she tried to sugarcoat that just now? I suspect some of you are the same kids who brought C's and D's home on your report cards only to be coddled by your parents. Now, if we were having a different conversation, say if we were having a conversation about single mothers, and Ebony K. Williams was having that conversation, I'm pretty sure in an effort to shit on black men, she would bring up the fact that a good 75, 76, 77% of the mothers in the black community are single mothers. So why, when she said when you brought home C's and D's on your report, because she's talking to black men, remember, she's talking to black men. So why did she say parents instead of mothers? Why did she say your parents coddled you instead of saying your mothers coddled you? Because then she would have to address something that's obviously a problem. She would have to address something that a lot of black men have been pointing out for years. The fact that black women, specifically single black mothers, they raise their daughters differently than they raise their sons. Now, in a second here, she's going to talk about the bigotry of low expectations. How ironic is that? After what she just said there about the report cards and being coddled by, quote, parents, when the truth of the matter is the overwhelming vast majority of black boys are coddled by their black mothers, not their black fathers. There are very few fathers of any group of men who are going to coddle their sons, because every man knows what that boy is going to have to deal with out here in this real world, out here in a man's world. And every man understands that he's got to prepare that boy for this world. And the last thing he can afford to do is coddle him. No, it's mothers who coddle their fucking sons. So why doesn't she want to address the fact that the very men she's complaining about were created by women? Oh, she doesn't want to address that. No, the big head hoe gonna skip over that. But let's continue.
Well, listen, I love and believe in the excellence of black men. So no, my dear, C's and D's or any other...
She loves and believes in the excellence of black men so much that she spent the last 15 years dating white men. But again, white men, it didn't work out with the white men, so now she want to come back over here to Blackistan and act like she been over here the whole damn time.
Form of mediocrity is not okay. No, I will not create a soft place for you or anybody that I love to fall comfortably into the bigotry of low expectations. So I'm going to say one more time, there's absolutely nothing wrong with driving a bus. My mother Gloria drove one for years. But could it be that black America has been sold a narrative of average, regular, and typical being good enough for us? Well, see, that's called white supremacy. And in this case, it takes the form of...
The same... Wait. Oh, my God. I wonder, did she ever talk about white supremacy with her ex-white fiance? I wonder how often the conversation of white supremacy came up with her ex-white fiance. You know, did she sit around the dinner table with her ex-white fiance and talk about white supremacy with him, I wonder? Because she seems to be just so interested in black liberation White supremacy. I mean, I'm surprised she hasn't shouted power to the people yet, the way she's talking. I mean, this is hilarious.
Conditioning Black Americans to happily accept being a permanent American underclass.
Well, there you have it. That is the big head hoe, ladies and gentlemen. The big head hoe. And Ebony K. Williams is certainly the present day poster child for the big head hoe. No doubt about it. I told you we had something special for you tonight. I told you. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel now. Click that bell icon now and make sure you are getting all notifications for when I go live, drop a video or drop a short. Go ahead and bless the Cash App. $ Black Squad is right there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen right now. Go ahead and hit it one time for the big head hoe. Make the big head hoe mad. Bless the Cash App. Or you can hit the PayPal. The Cash App and the PayPal are pinned to the top of the chat right now. And if you're watching this on the playback, the Cash App and the PayPal are in the description box. Go ahead and support the platform. Support the show so we can keep building this platform, baby. All right? Now, moving right along. Moving right along to the messy hoe. The messy hoe. The messy hoe has destroyed the lives of many men. At the very least, has created serious inconvenience for millions of men since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of time. I'm trying to think, is there an example of a messy hoe in the Bible? I'm trying to think if there's an example of a messy hoe in the Bible. Because, you know, ironically, the Bible actually does have some wisdom in it about certain kinds of women, you know, what women, basically the type of women you don't want to deal with, you know. Like Samson and Delilah. That was an example. You know, and there's a few others. There's a few others. But the messy hoe, the messy hoe is just, she is a serious pain in the ass. And a lot of men, if a lot of men were better at spotting the messy hoe, they could save themselves a lot of headache and heartache. A whole lot of headache and heartache. Because that's the only thing the messy hoe comes to do. The way the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy, the messy hoe, she comes to bring nothing but headache and heartache. Now, she's usually good in bed. I'll give her that. I'll give her that. The head is usually amazing. The head game is usually on point. I'll give her that. But it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Now, what are the attributes of the messy hoe? Number one, she will immediately seek info she can use against you in the event that she needs to or simply wants to. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example that so many men can relate to, because a lot of men have made this terrible mistake. This was, I'll give you a little story. This was about, let's see, it's 2020. So this was about, this was back in 2017. This was back in 2017 when I was still living in Pittsburgh, right? And at the time, I was dealing with this chick, and I had just I had just started cheating on this chick with my current girlfriend, right? With my current chick. And I ended up asking this other chick for her number, right? There's this gas station like right down the street from the warehouse that I would load my truck in the morning at that warehouse, and then go down the street and fill up the tank before we head out to start our route, right? And there was this chick that worked up in there, thick ass red bone chick, right? And so finally one day I was like, you know what, let me holler at this chick, man. Let me holler at this chick. Got a number. Now wait a minute. When I got a number, she asked me if I had a girl. I told her I had a girl, right? Told her I had a girl. Her exact words were, I don't care, I'm young. Those were her exact words. The chick was, I can't remember how old, I can't remember if we even got to the point of her telling me how old she was, because we only had one brief conversation. But she was definitely in her 20s, right? She was definitely in her 20s. Because at the time, I was knocking down a whole bunch of 20-somethings. At the time, that's all I was fucking with, 20-somethings, right? The chick I was dealing with, she was 26. The chick I had dealt with just before her, she was 21. And this messy ass chick I'm about to tell you this little story about, she was 20-something. I don't remember how old she was. Like I said, we only had one conversation. So about 2 days later, about 2 days later, I give her a call, right? Now, mind you, remember, when I got a number, she asked me if I had a girl. I told her I got a girl. Her exact words were, I don't care, I'm still young. Her words. We get on the phone. The first fucking thing she asked me, so why are you cheating on your girl? Immediately my ears perked up. Immediately my spidey senses started tingling. I said, oh shit, she's a messy hoe. Because there's only one reason a woman would ask that question. There's only one reason a woman would ask you any fucking thing about your girl. After you told her you got a girl and she still gave you the fucking number, and now you get on the phone with her and she's trying to ask you questions about your fucking girl. You see, and a lot of men fall for that. Or a lot of men just go with the fucking flow because, you know, they trying to smash. And then they start giving this messy ass hoe all kind of information about their girl. And then what ends up happening with a lot of dudes is, somehow, some way, the messy hoe and your girl end up on the fucking phone with each other. And then what happens? The messy hoe starts telling your girl every fucking thing everything your dumbass told her. And don't you know that type of shit, that type of shit will piss a woman off more than the fact that you cheated? Your girl will be more upset that you told some random bitch her business or y'all business more than the fact that you cheated. That's like icing on the cake. You done sat on the phone with some messy hoe. Now, because of you, this messy asshole, she know where your girl work. She know your girl mama name. She know where your girl went to school. Because she be on the phone telling her everything you told her.
Yeah, girl, he said you don't be cooking and you know, he was trying to play you, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to say the box was whack and you know, you don't do this and you don't do that in the bedroom and da da da.
And everything that she's telling her, she knows that it came from your mouth because she knows what's coming from this woman who she don't know from a hole in the wall is true. So obviously the only way she could know this shit is if your dumbass told her. Nope. So guess what? When she asked me, why you cheating on your girl? I said, I ain't trying to talk to you about my girl. I'm not trying to have no conversations with you about my girl. You know this messy asshole gonna tell me, well, I don't think we can talk then. Now what fucking sense does that make? I told you I had a girl when you asked me, and you still gave me your number and said you don't care. But because I won't sit here and divulge certain information to you about my girl, now you don't want to talk no more because you a messy asshole. And the messy asshole only comes to bring headache and heartache. And if she can't bring that to you, she don't even want to deal with you. Unbelievable. Number 2, she doesn't care how her behavior makes her look. And we're going to get a good example of that in a minute. Because as you can see, we are using Mariah Mills as the poster child for the messy hoe. There is no hoe present day messier than Mariah Mills. Goddamn. And she is probably the most accurate definition of a hoe on the list today. Not even probably. She is definitely the most accurate definition of a hoe. Of all the poster childs being used today, she is definitely the most accurate definition of a hoe. We all know what Mariah Mills does for a living. You know what I'm saying? But number 2, she doesn't care how her behavior makes her look. She doesn't care that it makes her look childish. She doesn't care that she's wreaking havoc and bringing chaos to other people's lives. She doesn't care that she's wrecking homes. She doesn't care that she's breaking up marriages, breaking up relationships. She don't care. She don't care that people are talking about her. She doesn't even care that other women are talking about her. And you know, usually women don't want to be ostracized from the sisterhood. The messy hoe don't give a damn. She don't give a damn. The messy hoe, she is a rogue hoe. She is a rogue hoe. She don't give a damn about men. She don't give a damn about women either. Or at the very least, she don't give a damn what other women got to say about her or how they feel about her. She doesn't care how her behavior looks. Can I prove it? Let's take a look at the messy hoe in action. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, baby.
It's a damn shame. My advice to you youngins out there, you can't always police what your partner's going to do.
Now, for obvious reasons, Stephen A. Smith has to sugarcoat it, you know, and say it a certain kind of way because, you know, he's got sponsors and bosses and shit, right? He don't want to say what he might say behind closed doors and it's just the fellas because, you know, he might mess around and get canceled. But what he's saying is true.
What's going to be publicized and what's not going to be publicized, you got to cancel them immediately if they're willing to betray your trust like that. I know I would. Second order of business is that chances are if you mess with a porn star, it's going to be public. It's a damn shame she putting your stuff out like that. You need to cancel her.
Now, basically what he's saying there, really, you look at who you're messing with. You're messing with a porn star. You shouldn't even have been messing with her to begin with. I don't understand these ball players and these rappers these days. I really don't. I really don't. It's like they seek out trash. It's like they desire the worst kind of women you could imagine. Like there's way too many beautiful, normal girls out here for these rappers and ball players to always be messing with these IG models, these Insta thoughts, these OnlyFans hoes. Like, bruh, all the money that y'all have, all the status that y'all have, and the access to the cream of the crop where women are concerned. And like I said, there's way too many beautiful, normal girls out here. I mean, like, have you ever thought about, I don't know, maybe dating girls that are in college? Getting some kind of degree or something? Who happen to be beautiful? Who happen to look like they could be IG models if they wanted to be hoes? You know what I'm saying? Like, if she wanted to be an IG thought, she could be. But she's in college getting some kind of degree, doing something with herself. I don't get these dudes, man. I don't get these dudes. I don't get it at all, man. If I had those kind of options, man, I had one of the baddest normal chicks you've ever seen. But here goes the messy hoe. Remember this tweet? When she tweeted, NBA, I have sex tapes of me and Zion Williamson. And he also has them on his trap phone. At NBA, at Pelicans NBA. Trade him now. He doesn't deserve to be in New Orleans. Sex tapes dropping soon. Because, you know, she got mad that, you know, he got the other chick pregnant before she was able to get pregnant by him so she could trap him with a kid. You know, she was mad somebody else trapped him first. So now she's threatening to drop the alleged sex tapes that they have. And of course, her account ended up getting suspended because, one, that's cyberbullying, right? And then two, if she were to actually drop those tapes, that would be fucking illegal. That would be illegal to release those sex tapes, especially using it as a manner of threat or blackmail. It's fucking illegal. So had she actually dropped those sex tapes, he could have sued the shit out of her, and she might have even possibly been facing some legal ramifications, right? So yeah, she was upset that the other girl got pregnant before she could get pregnant by him or trap him in some kind of situation. So she takes to the internet with all this BS, releasing, you know, their private text messages, you know, atting the NBA and atting the Pelicans, trying to dirty his name and tarnish his reputation and whatnot, right? Then the final nail in the coffin, she jumps on the internet like a week or two after the fucking fact and claims that this man was putting hands on her. That's this video here that you're about to see in a second. And she puts on the worst acting job you've ever seen in your life. And she probably did several takes of this BS, by the way, which is why she probably went and ran and grabbed the sunglasses.
I literally did not want to come to the internet, and I'm just tired of saving face.
I'm betting anything she went and grabbed the sunglasses because she was looking back at the video. She was looking at the video and she was like, it's not really convincing. You know, this isn't a good enough acting job. Let me put some shades on to cover up my eyes so people can't, you know, look into my soulless eyes and tell that I'm fucking lying. But it didn't work. Everybody knows this is bullshit. So here's the messy hoe in action, y'all. Here is the messy hoe in action. See, because what she understood was in this day, in this era that we are living in, a woman can make this kind of accusation and completely destroy a man's life. But she had already done too much. Had she led with this, had this been the first thing that, came out, a lot of people might have been inclined to believe it. But because she had already spent like a good 2 weeks showing the world how fucking messy she was, when she came out with this bullshit, everybody was like, man, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. But watch the messy hoe in action.
This man that's completely disrespecting me to the world, and I literally have to take this. Every time I come on the internet, people are bashing me because of this man. Literally. And I'm tired of it. He knows
Now, she know damn well wasn't nobody bashing her because of Zion Williamson. Zion Williamson didn't even respond to any of this publicly. So nobody was getting at her because of Zion. Everybody was getting at her because everybody, including women, knew that she was full of shit. Completely full of shit. It's like, you are a lying ass messy hoe. You need to sit down, shut the hell up, go the fuck away. Cut the bullshit. But here she is trying to play victim. Trying to play victim. This is the messy hoe in action.
He said he's going to send me $62,000. I have yet to receive that since June.
Now, wait a minute. She's sitting here talking about $62,000 of this man's money as though she's entitled to it. As though she's entitled to it. She was never a wife, never his wife. They were never engaged. It appears as though they were never really in a relationship, a long-term committed monogamous relationship. How the hell does this broad think she's entitled to $62,000 of this man's money? Now, under normal circumstances, one would say, well, women have a tendency to think that they are entitled to something from a man in return for sharing their body with that man. And yeah, most women do feel that way. Right? But this is Mariah Mills we're talking about. She shares her fucking body with everybody. She is a sex star. She's a sex star. And that's another thing. When I was looking for pictures of this chick, I stumbled upon a lot of her. This is YouTube. You can't say the P word. I stumbled upon a lot of her pictures while she was performing. Let's put it that way. We'll use that P word. While she was performing, while she was doing her job, right? I stumbled upon a lot of those pictures. And you know what I noticed? You know what I couldn't help but notice? Every last one of her sex scenes are with white men. She doesn't have any sex scenes with black men. Zero. Nada. I found that to be very interesting. And then especially when you hear her talk, you can clearly hear an accent. This woman is not a foundational black American. Now, I don't know exactly where she's from. I didn't bother to look. She's not a foundational black American. You can hear the accent. And she prefers white men. And there's also pictures of her with blonde hair. I say that to say, what have I always been telling y'all? Long before I even started this Black Squad TV platform, what have I always been telling y'all about black women with blonde hair? Never trust a black woman with blonde hair. Sooner or later, she will show you who she is. I keep getting proven right. These chicks keep proving me right. Every time you turn around, there's a real world situation that proves me right. right? So I noticed, okay, this chick doesn't even have scenes with black dudes. She does not like black men like that. Only reason she was even messing with Zion Williamson because he's filthy rich. He's rich. And he's only going to get richer. Right? If Zion can manage to stay healthy and stay on the court, he's at the very beginning of his career. He's what now, like 3 years into his career? 4 years at the most? And certainly has the potential to be a superstar. He's certainly a game changer. He's certainly a game changer. All right? She wanted his money. She wanted his money. She was trying to take a crack at the money. But the problem is, she's a messy hoe. Now, if she tried to pull a Sierra and take on the form of a chameleon hoe, that would be the better way to go. However, she's not capable of doing that because of what she does for a living. Part of being a chameleon hoe is, your target never really sees you coming. Your target doesn't see you as you truly are. He sees the smoke screen that you're putting up. See, Mariah Mills, she's not capable of putting up a smoke screen. We all know what she does for a living, so she's got no choice but to be herself and find a simp or a sucker or a dude who's not used to dealing with women in the first place. I don't know exactly which one Zion Williams falls under, other than maybe just he's young, got millions of dollars, and he's just out here having a ball with these ladies. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll tell you right now, you give the 22-year-old me millions of dollars, first off, I'm fucking everybody's girl. Don't leave your girl around me. If I'm 20-something years old, because I was a motherfucker with a regular job. I was knocking them down with a regular job in my 20s. Give me millions of dollars in my 20s, nigga. Do not leave your girl around me if you love her. I'll tell you that shit right now. Your wife or your fiance, she's safe. I don't do those. Even when I was young. I had that rule. No wives, no fiancés. But your girl, I will fuck the shit out your girl, bro. Don't leave your girl around me. All right? She's coming back nutted in. All right? Your girl is coming back nutted in, bro. Don't leave your girl around me. I'll tell you right now. I'll keep it real with you. So yeah, man. This is the messy hoe in action. Here she is with this claim of Zion Williamson putting his hands on her.
Literally here, like, he's literally a liar. You guys, everything he says, he's a liar. He's not who he says he is. I literally been saving face. I did not want to come to the world and let you guys know what he has been doing to me my entire relationship with him.
Here it comes.
He is a beater, and the NBA needs to know this.
Here it comes. Listen up.
I literally did not want to come to this because I know he has so many endorsements.
That's why she's doing this. That's why that was her objective. Her objective was to destroy him financially. To come out with this, this information about, or this accusation about him putting his hands on her, coupled with the alleged sex tape, coupled with all the drama and the messiness of going to the internet with tweets and the back and forth texts and all this, trying to dirty up his name. She was trying to destroy this man financially. She was trying to attack his pockets. It's like how Jason Black is saying, this is how a woman fights. This is how a woman will fight you. She can't whoop your ass physically. So her way of fighting you is to try to destroy your life. And that is the messy hoe. That is the tactic of a messy hoe.
But Zion Williamson is a woman beater. And the reason he was paying me off is so I won't come to the world and tell everybody.
But then she tattoos his name on her face like a week later. Interesting. Very interesting, isn't it? Wait a minute. So the man was putting hands and feet on you. You go on the internet and tell the world that he's putting hands and feet on you. But then a couple days to a week later, you go and tat the man's name on your face and put that on the internet. And this is why Mariah Mills is the poster child for the messy hoe. Gentlemen, avoid the messy hoe at all costs, especially if you have something to lose. Especially if you have something to lose. Leave that messy hoe alone, man. Leave her alone. See that now, fortunately for me myself, I've never gotten caught up with a messy hoe. Gotten caught up with other types of hoes. Never got caught up with the messy hoe. Thank God. Thank God. Because the messy hoe is a problem. Especially if you got something to lose. She is a problem. But yo, go ahead and hit that Cash App, $BLAXKSQUAD, or you can hit the PayPal. It is pinned to the top of the chat. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already, baby. We are going to keep this train moving. Moving right along. Y'all gonna like this one. The Christian hoe. Glory be to God. Glory be to God. We're gonna talk about that Christian hoe today, saints. Oh, glory be to God. We're not gonna let the Christian hoe, hallelujah. We're not gonna let the Christian hoe tiptoe through the tulips. We're not gonna let her. As a matter of fact, I didn't come to tiptoe through the tulips. I didn't come to beat around the bush. I didn't come to make light of the situation. Hallelujah. I came to tell you the truth. Glory be to God. Glory be to God. I came to give you the good word tonight. The good word. Pastor Kenyatta. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Glory, glory, glory be to God. Y'all don't like this one. The Christian hoe. Oh yeah, we going there tonight. Oh yeah, we gonna go there tonight with these Christian hoes. The Christian hoe is something special. Oh, she's a special kind of hoe. And yes, I am. I know somebody said, no, he didn't. Yes, I did. Juanita Bynum. We are using Juanita Bynum as the poster child for the Christian hoe. Oh, she fits the bill. She fits the description very well. Very well. Now, what are the attributes of the Christian hoe? Number one, she is comfortable in her sin because Jesus will forgive her. Glory be to God. Hallelujah. She is comfortable in her sin because Jesus will forgive her. All she's got to do is go to church on Sunday, click her heels 3 times, jump up and down and scream, glory, 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 Jesus, 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 and all is forgiven. Which is why, if you look down there at number 2, she is the embodiment of Proverbs 26:11. The Christian hoe is the embodiment of Proverbs 26:11. Behold, the dog returns to his vomit, so does the fool return to folly. You know, you go to church on Sunday and pray for forgiveness, scream Jesus, 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 give your little testimony, try to shout during the praise and worship segment of the service. You try to shout louder than anybody else so God can hear you over everybody else in the congregation, so that all will be forgiven. You spit up your sin like the dog spits up his vomit. But then you go out back into the world, as they like to say in the church, Monday through Saturday, eating up all the sin that you spit up on Sunday. Like the dog will vomit and then turn around and eat the vomit. That is what that scripture, Proverbs 26:11, means. The type of person who will sin, ask for forgiveness, then go commit the same sin again. Go back to church, ask for forgiveness again, then go back out Monday through Saturday and commit the same sins all over. Wash, rinse, and repeat. The Christian hoe is the embodiment of Proverbs 26:11. Behold, the dog returns to his vomit, so does the fool return to folly. That is the Christian hoe. Number 3, she is a freak. Oh, she is a freak. If you looking for a freak, and that's all you're looking for. Oh, she's in your local church on Sunday morning. She is in your local church on Sunday morning. You know how you spot her? I'll tell you exactly how you spot her. I'll tell you exactly how you spot the Christian hoe. Go to church and scan the congregation. Look for the women who look like they're wearing the same dress that they wore to the club last night. Do I need to? I'm going to say it again. If you're looking for the Christian hoe, remember, she's a freak, and this is how you spot the freak. This is how you spot the Christian hoe. Go to church and look for the women. Scan the congregation and look for the women who look like they're wearing the same dress that they wore to the club last night. Because remember, number 2, she is the embodiment of Proverbs 26. We know what she's doing Monday through Saturday. Friday and Saturday, she up in that club twerking. And a lot of times she will show up Sunday morning to church wearing the same dress she was wearing in the club last night. So you want to spot her, go to church, scan the audience, and look for the chick look like she might be wearing the same dress she wore to the club last night. I'm telling you, she's a freak. She's a freak. And don't be scared. Listen, a lot of the time when a dude meet a chick that claims she a Christian and, you know, Jesus is her man and she puts God first and she's looking for a God-fearing man and all that stuff. A lot of men get scared and think, you know, man, it's probably gonna be hard to smash this chick. You know, she a Christian and She got all these Christian values. Bullshit. Bullshit. She's a freak. Don't listen, fellas. Trust me. Go for it, my nigga. It's going down. Trust me. She's a freak. She's a freak. Number 4. Usually has a sketchy past. She usually has a sketchy past. Whether it's a couple of baby daddies and both of them or all of them are in prison, or quite possibly she's been to prison before. Yeah, quite possibly she's been to prison before. Or she used to be a lesbian till she gave her life to the Lord. You know what I'm saying? She used to be a lesbian. How the fuck you used to be a lesbian? You know what I'm saying? Again, look at number 3. She's a freak. Sketchy past. Maybe she used to be a lesbian. It's always something. It's always something. There's always something crazy in her past. As you are about to witness, let us take a look at the poster child for the Christian hoe herself, Juanita Bynum. Let's take a look at Juanita Bynum in action. Now, first of all, let's check out this scripture right here real quick. Because after you read this, or after you hear this scripture, you're going to understand that there's already something off with Juanita Bynum and all female pastors in general when you hear this. Now, this is in the Bible. It's in the Bible now. The Lord said it, so it must be true.
Chapter 2. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety.
Glory
not
be
with
to
red
God.
hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array.
Hallelujah.
But which becometh women professing godliness with good works.
Glory
Let
be
the
to
woman
God.
learn in silence, with
What?
all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man.
What?
But to
Now, wait a minute. What did God say? I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man. That means Juanita Bynum ain't supposed to be up in that pulpit to begin with. That means Juanita Bynum being up in the pulpit teaching is out of order. Thus saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord. I didn't write the Bible. Don't get mad at me. I didn't write the Bible, but I read it. We out of order, Juanita. The Christian hoe is out of order.
but to be in silence.
Atlanta police are actively searching for the husband of a well-known television minister. Juanita Bynum tells Atlanta police her husband, Bishop Thomas Weeks, savagely beat her in a hotel parking lot last night. Fox has more state.
Say what? Wait, yo, when you hear this story, bruh, the Christian hoe is something special. Check this shit out, bro.
Live in South Atlanta tonight with the exclusive details. Morris?
Russ, allegations of extreme violence are what's outlined in this Atlanta police report. And when a bellhop saw Reverend Juanita Bynum being kicked out here in the Renaissance parking lot, he came to her rescue.
Now, first of all, I'm mad. How dare you intervene in God's work? Don't nothing happen if God don't let it happen. Don't nothing happen if it be not God's will. It was God's will for Juanita Bynum to get her ass kicked that night. That was the Lord's will. And how dare you stand between God and the man that God sent to do his work? How dare you? The Lord told that man to put hands and feet on Juanita Bynum. And that man was carrying out the work of God. And here comes this bellhop interrupting God's work. You know the Lord don't like ugly now. Lord don't like ugly.
The followers of Reverend Juanita Bynum know her to be a forceful voice, especially for women. Her TV ministry, expanded to a national audience, stresses empowerment, with men and women sharing a partnership in a relationship. Last night, police say Bynum allegedly became a...
There goes that word again. Partnership in a relationship. But that's not the point of discussion tonight. I just want y'all to know that that shit didn't go over my fucking head. I caught that bullshit. Partnership in a relationship. But again, that's not the point of conversation, so we're going to keep it moving.
Victim of domestic abuse. Photographs taken by a relative and released to Fox 5 show her injuries, bruises. Police say the incident occurred at this hotel that sits alongside Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. According to a relative,
Now listen to how this story goes now. Pay attention. And listen to how this obviously went, or what obviously brought this about. What obviously sparked it, or who obviously caused this to happen. Pay attention.
Reverend Bynum and her husband, who's also a minister, are in the middle of a separation. He asked for a meeting last night, and she agreed to that in the hotel dining room.
Uh-huh.
A relative tells me that meeting did not go well, and the husband left abruptly. Bynum followed, and a few more words were exchanged in the parking lot, and then...
So wait a minute. He asked for a meeting in the hotel dining room. She agreed. They meet up. The meeting doesn't go well, more than likely because she was running her fucking mouth saying some BS. He said, you know what? Forget this. We're already going through a separation. We're already going through a divorce. I don't have to sit here and listen to your mouth. I've been listening to your damn mouth for a few years now. Screw you. I'm out. He goes to leave. And what did they just say? She followed him. She followed him outside. And what else did they say? A few more words were exchanged. Yeah, and I bet you she was the one doing all the fucking talking. And I bet you she was the one who was saying some wild shit. Probably was saying all kind of shit about his mama and you little dick motherfucker this and you little dick motherfucker that. You ain't shit. She was probably cursing and everything. I guarantee you she was cursing. It's too bad he didn't record that shit. I guarantee you she was out there cursing up a storm. If we could get the video of that shit on the internet right now, that shit might ruin her career. I guarantee you all kinds of foul shit was coming out of her mouth. And what happened? What happened? He flipped out. Equal rights, equal lefts. Hands, feet, knees, and elbows, baby. It went down.
Ugly, according to an Atlanta police report. Juanita Bynum stated her husband, Thomas Weeks, choked her, pushed her down, kicked and stomped her in the Renaissance parking lot.
The bellman that was there at the hotel that intervened because of the...
Now, wait a minute. When a man chokes you, that is... When a man chokes you, that's a frustrated motherfucker. That is a frustrated man. To choke a female, that is a frustrated man. Like he's trying to choke his frustrations out. Like, you fucking bitch. Like he's choking. You fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I told you to leave me the fuck alone. You see what you made me do to you? You see what you made me? Like, he fucking snapped. He fucking snapped. What the fuck was she saying? She had to be saying some wild shit. She had to be saying, like I said, when a man chokes a chick, that nigga is frustrated, bruh. That nigga is frustrated.
Her being assaulted so bad, he had to intervene.
That bellhop pulled the two apart in the parking lot.
And again, that bellhop intervened in the Lord's work. He better watch his back. He better watch his back, because I'm pretty sure the Lord did not appreciate that man interrupting God's work. I'm sure he didn't appreciate it.
Labeled a hero by Bynum's family.
Ain't no damn hero.
At the hospital and documented the injuries.
Multiple bruising, also was swelling with the victim too, and she was had to be taken to the hospital and actually seen by hospital personnel.
Now, she did not suffer any broken bones. Right now, Reverend Juanita Bynum is being kept at an undisclosed location. Live from South Atlanta, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
My name is Pastor Joe.
Now, wait a minute. Now that you done heard that crazy ass story, I told you Christian Ho got a sketchy past. That was about 13 years ago, 14 years ago. Now this here was about, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago. The gentleman that you see there on your right, he was putting together, he was the one overseeing, you know, a lot of the details of a conference that he was putting together for Juanita Bynum to come speak at. And he was the one who got her hotel room and the hotel room of the people who were coming with her and whatnot, made sure all that was prepared and ready to go by the time she, you know, came into town, right? Now, listen to the accusations that Juanita Bynum accused this man of, the things she accused this man of doing. And ask yourself, do things like that come from the mind of a righteous woman? Or do things like that come from the mind of a Christian hoe?
Pastor John Moore, this is my wife, Lady K. Just wanted to come and take a minute to address some allegations that were stated on Facebook by Dr. Juanita Bynum.
And, you know, there were these allegations that my husband went into Dr. Juanita Bynum's hotel room and looked at her personal things, and an insinuation that he even planted a camera. So today we want to refute those allegations, as they are personally and professionally offensive, derogatory, and highly unacceptable. In the video that Dr. Bynum posted, she stated that my husband went into her hotel room and looked at her panties, her undergarments.
She accused the man of sniffing her panties. She accused him of being a panty sniffer. A panty sniffer. Come on, man. Does he look like a pant? Well, yeah. I don't know. He does kind of look like he might sniff a bitch drawers. Yeah, he does kind of have that look about him. But come on, man. Come on, Juanita. Seriously. You know what I think? I think Juanita was high as shit. She was probably smoking that reefer. You know, smoking that holy reefer. You know, Jesus approved holy reefer. And she was probably paranoid than a motherfucker, right? And just concocted this whole story in her fucking head. Like, sir, why would the man go through your panties? You think he went through your panties, which basically means you're accusing him of sniffing your drawers, because what else is a man really doing going through panties, right? And then accused the man of setting up a camera. What was he setting? How come if he set up a camera in the hotel room, where's the camera? How come she couldn't produce this hidden camera? Juanita Bynum is not a righteous woman. Juanita Bynum is a Christian hoe. There is a difference.
And because of this, she was not able to speak at the Breaking News conference.
Solomon said, when I got through sowing my 1,000 burnt offerings, the Spirit of the Lord asked me, what do you want me to do for you? We got to get on that side of it. Not the side where we always asking God. But we
Yes,
gotta get
Lord.
on the side where God asks us.
Hallelujah.
And that's another level of sacrifice.
Glory be to God.
There's 21 people in this building that God said will give $1,000.
Say what, bitch? Pause. This chick just said, God said there's 21 people in this room who are going to give $1,000. This chick trying to walk out of there with at least $20,000. Now, since when did God tell the so-called shepherds of the flock to extort the flock for money? 21 people gonna give $1,000 because God said so, and God told me to tell you. Now listen to what she about to say here, and how she's about to play on the beliefs and the emotions and the fears and even the greed, because there's an element of greed in that. The concept that if I give $100, God will bless me with $500. So let me deposit this $100 into the holy bank of Jesus, and then and the Lord gonna give me $500 in return. Hallelujah. So there's an element of greed in there too that Christians don't never want to talk about. But listen what she about to say.
But I'm going to give you this handkerchief out of my prayer room. And if your breakthrough don't come, you can call me.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I had cut that part off. What she said was, how do you know if God meant for you to be the one to give $1,000? Because you got the $1,000 in your bank account right now. So if anybody in the room got $1,000 in their bank account, it's only because God wants them to be the one to give $1,000. So the way you know that you are the one supposed to give $1,000 is if you have $1,000. That is not a righteous woman, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Christian hoe. That is a Christian hoe. But moving right along, ladies and gentlemen, I bring unto you the ambitious hoe. The ambitious hoe. Now, the ambitious hoe, she is something else too. She is a problem. She is one of the more dangerous hoes. She is more dangerous. She's more of a nuisance to white-collar men, corporate men, men who have something to lose, men who have a lot to lose, men who have status and position. Those are the men who really need to watch out for the ambitious hoe. And of course, we are using Malika Andrews as the poster child for the present day ambitious hoe. And Malika Andrews is certainly an ambitious hoe. Now, what are the attributes of the ambitious hoe? Number one, she is heartless. She is heartless. She will step on anybody, especially a man, on her way to the top. Anybody. Number 2, she is cunning. She knows when to strike, how to strike, what to say, what to do, how to operate. Like Jay-Z said, I'll show you how to move in a room full of vultures. The ambitious hoe didn't need nobody to teach her. She developed her ability to, quote, move in a room full of vultures on her own, naturally. It's who the hell she is. She is very cunning. Number 3, everyone and everything is an opportunity. Everyone and everything is an opportunity. Like I said, she will throw anybody under the bus, especially men. She prefers to target men. Especially women like Malika Andrews, who have a particular disdain for black men. As you are about to witness, Malika Andrews has a particular disdain for black men. Now let's see the ambitious hoe in action. Now we all know that Malika Andrews has seemingly been on a crusade to tarnish and diminish and devalue the names and reputations of various, numerous black men in a very short time. In a very short time, she has developed this reputation. And she has consistently done this, which means obviously this is her MO.
Was arrested twice at West Virginia, once in 2008 for underage drinking and aggravated assault. He pled guilty, paid a fine, and then again in 2009 for domestic battery after an incident at Morgantown Bar. The domestic battery case never went to trial. It was settled in August of 2009. He paid a $100 fine and court costs, plus had to do 40 hours of community service in the NBA with multiple teams. In 2018, he was waived by the Magic after he was named in a report by ESPN's Outside the Lines that he'd been involved in an alleged sexual assault at Michigan State in 2010. No charges were filed in that case.
Involving a case where his former teammate and another man, they've been indicted for capital murder in the fatal shooting in Alabama, has described Miller as a cooperating witness. How is this factoring, if at all, into how teams are evaluated?
They are hiring Luke Walton as an...
Now, wait a minute. First off, for those of you who are not familiar, this is what Malika Andrews does. Every time you turn around, she is bringing up the petty criminal history of any and every black athlete you can think of in an effort to, tarnish their name. And it doesn't matter if it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago when they were in college, and it was something petty like getting into a fight or underage drinking. Malika Andrews will bring it up, like she did to the young brother at the NBA draft just a few weeks ago. Now, that was a 19-year-old boy. She had no problem stepping on the name of a 19-year-old kid to achieve her ambitions. But wait a minute. Now, see, this is an example of why there's a black manosphere and a white manosphere. Because of the cultural nuances, if you will, between white women and black women. Now, here we have a biracial black woman who has a particular disdain for black men. That is a subtle nuance that white guys don't have to deal with. So let's take a look here at how Malika Andrews talks about a former NBA player himself, now assistant coach. He was a head coach in LA and Sacramento briefly. Now he's an assistant coach. But see, Luke Walton was accused of SA back in 2019. Let's see if Malika Andrews brings that up. I mean, she has no problem bringing up the petty criminal histories of black men. Let's see if she brings up something as serious as the accusation of SA when it comes to Luke Walton, who just happens to be a white guy. Let's see if Malika Andrews brings up that accusation.
Assistant coach, that's according to ESPN senior insider Adrian Wojnarowski. Walton joins coach JB Bickerstaff's staff. Say that 10 times fast. After spending the past 5+ seasons as head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers and Sacramento.
She sounds happy to be talking about him, right? I mean, you would think that she doesn't know anything about that accusation, but obviously she does.
Kings. Walton, who was dismissed after a 6-11 start with the Kings in November, was part of an NBA championship coaching staff with Golden State under Steve Kerr in 2015.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to...
Wow. She had a smile on her face. She was giddy. I mean, you would think that Luke Walton was never accused of SA. I mean, you know, maybe it just slipped her mind, right? Or maybe Malika Andrews just hates black men. And she figures that she will use black men to try to achieve her ambitions. And apparently ESPN is cool with it. And you do know that Disney owns ESPN. So shout out to all you Negroes who think the liberals are your friends. I mean, this is the ambitious hoe in action. I'm just reporting the news. Don't hate the messenger. Don't hate the messenger. Now, what you're about to listen to here is Malika Andrews' response to Draymond Green when Draymond Green was having a conversation with Lisa Leslie on a podcast, and Lisa Leslie said something about, you know, it would be nice if the NBA players, you know, basically would give some of their money to the WNBA players, you know, because basically, you know, one NBA player who makes $12 million a year, that's more than all the WNBA players make combined. You know, never mind the fact that nobody watches the WNBA. Never mind the fact that not only does the WNBA not make a profit, the WNBA actually loses money every year. Never mind the fact that, like Draymond Green said, nobody supports the WNBA more than NBA players themselves. So what else do you want from them? Well, apparently, you want them to give you their fucking money. And Malika Andrews is going to go into this long diatribe of bitch babble, where she's going to make all sorts of ridiculous accusations. This is the ambitious hoe.
And that I know Draymond incredibly well, but in the conversations that we have had, I believe that he genuinely wants to see change. I think he is coming from a good place. He just said that at the end of the day, he and Megan Rapinoe want the same thing. But inherently, the problem here, George, is that we're sitting up here talking about Megan Rapinoe versus Draymond Green, and that's taking away from what we should be talking about, which is equal pay. Here's the thing. This cannot be done.
How exactly do you propose to create a situation of, quote, equal pay between WNBA players and NBA players when nobody watches the WNBA? When the WNBA is not producing a profit. Every year they are losing millions of dollars on the WNBA. How exactly do you propose, Malika Andrews, that we create a situation of equal pay? In order for there to be, quote, equal pay between WNBA players and NBA players, somebody is basically just going to have to give these chicks money that they didn't earn. Give these chicks money that the WNBA didn't produce. Where is that money going to come from? Where is it going to come from? Like I said a minute ago, when we were talking about the big head hoe, Ebony K. Williams, and how she didn't want to date a bus driver, but she should date the owner of the bus. Remember, I said the owner pays you, your employer pays you a fraction of what you produce. So they're actually already paying these women more than what they produce for the fact that the WNBA does not produce a profit. They're losing money every year. But they want more. Okay, fine. You desire to have more. Where is the money going to come from? Where is it going to come from? And then you're not going to take into account the fact that while the WNBA is not only not producing money, it's losing money. So if the WNBA players are going to get paid like the NBA players, that is millions and millions and millions of dollars that apparently these chicks think is just going to come out of thin fucking air going into their pockets. No, that money's coming from somewhere, from somebody. And apparently what they're trying to do is literally get NBA players to sacrifice their money and give it to them. Absolutely fucking insane.
Is not on the oppressed to fix oppression. It has to be done with.
Now that's a damn lie. It's not on the oppressed to fix oppression. Well, first of all, let's deal with the fact that who the fuck is oppressing anyone? Who is oppressing WNBA players? Like I said, the WNBA is not turning a profit. They're losing money. The WNBA loses money every year. Google it. Yet they're still being paid. They're still being paid money that they actually didn't generate. So how are they being oppressed? How are they being oppressed because nobody wants to watch a fucking marathon of layups and bad jump shots and bad passes? People want to see dunks. We want to see people getting dunked on, which is why, who was that? Shaq? I think it was Shaq that suggested that they lower the rim to like 7 or 8 feet so these chicks can dunk. I would love to see a chick dunk on another chick. Now that's something I want to fucking see. I do not want to see bullshit regular one-handed dunks from some 6'10" chick who the only reason she can dunk is because she's 6'10". I do not want to see a bunch of layups. I do not want to see a bunch of bad jump shots and air balls and bad passes. I don't want to see that shit. Nobody wants to see that shit. And for all of these feminists who have something to say about it, how come we never see you at the games? If anybody should be supporting the WNBA in an effort to create the possibility of these WNBA players making as much money as the men make, it should be women. Women should be going to those games simply to support other women. Women should be buying their jerseys simply to support other women. Buying all sorts of, WNBA paraphernalia. Going to the games, and so money can actually be generated around the WNBA, so they can actually maybe even expand the league. Hold these games in bigger arenas. And once once women start going to these games and supporting the organizations, they can televise more games. But no, women ain't gonna do that. They're not going to do that. But they're going to claim that men are oppressing them while still pointing the finger at the so-called oppressor to fix the situation. So men are oppressing you and not supporting you, but then you're going to turn to men, those same men, to fix the situation. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Allyship, which is where someone like Draymond Green, a man, comes into a space that affects predominantly women. But the thing about being an ally is when you come into that space, you should be listening first, not talking first.
So in other words, shut up. So in other words, shut up. But you just said that it's on the men to fix it. Because the men are the ones that you're accusing of being the oppressor. Remember I said this was a diatribe of bitch babble. Remember I said this is a diatribe of bitch babble.
Because there is no one who understands better what these women are going through than these women. If you come into this space and say, okay, I'm going to listen, I'm going to take this feedback of what you've been living and what you've been experiencing, and then I'm going to then talk and then offer my ideas, perhaps even away from...
Which is exactly what Draymond Green has been doing for years now. Of all the NBA players, I think Draymond Green, of all the NBA players, because they all support the WNBA, but I think Draymond Green is head and shoulders above everyone else in his support, which is why he's been more vocal than other players. He has literally done exactly what she just said he should do. He has listened. For years he has listened. And has given his input for years. But because she didn't like what he said, now he should just shut up.
Because then it comes off like you're talking at somebody who's been going through something that's incredibly difficult for years and years and years. Then maybe we can get to the point.
Yeah, so like I said, a diatribe of bitch babble. A diatribe of bitch babble. But that is the ambitious hoe in action, ladies and gentlemen. Fellas, especially you white-collar brothers, especially you corporate brothers, you brothers that got a lot to lose. Mind your six. Watch your six when you're around that ambitious hoe. And you better know how to spot her. Don't let it be too late. She sneak up on you. Because she is a problem. She's dangerous. She is dangerous. But, moving right along. Hit the like button one time for the ninja hoe. I told you I had something special for you tonight. Hit the like button one time for the ninja hoe. Hit the Cash App one time for the ninja hoe. $ Black Squad. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Or you can hit the PayPal for the ninja hoe. It's pinned to the top of the chat, baby. Subscribe to the channel for the ninja hoe. The ninja hoe is a special kind of hoe. She's dangerous. She is dangerous. She can be dangerous. And the reason she can be dangerous is because of her attributes. And what are the attributes of the ninja hoe? Number one, she has no verified record of hoeing. She has no verified record of hoeing. She's a ninja. The bitch is a ninja. You're not supposed to know. You know what I'm saying? She moves in the shadows. She's a ninja, bruh. She has no verified record of hoeing. So you never see this broad coming, bruh. You will not see the ninja hoe coming. That's why she can be dangerous. Number 2, she plays the long game as well as she plays the short game. She, like the chameleon hoe, she can settle into a position of stability. You know what I'm saying? She can, rest in her femininity, as they like to say, right? And she will nest in a position of stability. She will play the long game with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, as we are using Janet Jackson as the poster child for the present day ninja hoe. Makes sense, don't it? Makes sense. That's the same thing Janet did. She played that long game. What was that dude's name? I don't know, the Arabic dude, the Arabic billionaire, Mina or something like that. How she played him. That's how the ninja hoe plays the game. She plays the long game as well as she plays the short game. Number 3, she ends relationships as quickly as she begins them. She ends relationships as quickly as she begins them. The ninja strikes without warning. The ninja strikes accurately and efficiently and expediently. Now, you want to see the way of the ninja? Now, again, the ninja hoe has no verified record of hoeing. So we don't have any video. We don't have any video. But let me show you the way of the ninja. This is the way of the ninja, brothers. This is the way of the ninja. Listen. Janet Jackson's prenuptial agreement guaranteed her $100 million if she stayed married for 5 years. Now, wait a minute. Because when I made this picture, I had the wrong information. It wasn't that she would receive $100 million if she stayed married for 5 years. No. She received $500 million. $100 million per year is what was written in the prenuptial agreement, plus another $100 million if she gave her billionaire husband an heir. Right? So what did she do? Janet got married in 2012, had her baby in 2017, exactly 5 years later, and divorced her husband 2 months later. She is now $600 million richer. Be like water, my friends. Be like water. When Bruce Lee said, "Be like water," the ninja hoe took that shit serious, and she incorporated it into her hoeing. Now, when this all happened, a lot of people who were trying to defend Janet Jackson were saying, well, she already got money. She already got money. She don't need to be out here trying to be a gold digger in these streets. She already got money. And yeah, Janet Jackson was worth $175 million at the time. But mind you, that is $175 million that she accrued over what, like a 30-year period? Going back to like the 80s? So she accrued that $175 million in about a 30-year period of working, of performing, doing movies, entertaining, doing concerts, world tours. That's a lot of work. So you mean to tell me you don't think that she would marry a man and divorce him so that she could make $600 million in 5 short years? Triple the money that it took her to make in a 30-year period? Come on, man. That's a no-brainer. That is a no-brainer. Dare I say, damn near any woman would do that. Why wouldn't she? That's a hell of a deal. That is a hell of a deal. And that is the ninja hoe, my friends. That is the ninja hoe. Now, moving right along. Scandalous, scandalous. She's so scandalous. The scandalous hoe. Oh, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Scandalous. Scandalous. She's so scandalous. Ooh. The scandalous hoe. And you know damn well there is no better poster child for the scandalous hoe than Jada Pinkett. If Jada Pinkett ain't the present day poster child for a scandalous hoe, I don't know who the fuck is. I don't know who the fuck is. Now, we got ahead of ourselves a little bit there. But what are the attributes of the scandalous hoe? Number 1, her hoeing hurts. Her hoeing hurts. And why does her hoeing hurt? Because she's so goddamn scandalous. Because she's so goddamn scandalous. Do y'all remember Will Smith's face when they were sitting at that red table? You see the look on his face? Looked like he was about to cry. Because the scandalous hoe, she will screw your daddy. The scandalous hoe will sleep with your brother. The scandalous hoe will sleep with your son's friend who the two of you were trying to supposedly help. The scandalous hoe will get into an entanglement and embarrass you in front of the fucking world. Her hoeing hurts. Number 2, she's the easiest hoe to catch and expose because she's so damn scandalous. This chick shoots for the stars with her hoeing, with her scandalous behavior. Okay? She's always she thinks big. She thinks big with her hoeing, with her scandalous hoeing. That's why she's almost always getting caught. It's almost whenever a chick gets caught cheating, it's usually the scandalous bitch. It's usually the scandalous bitch, bro. Because she's running around here doing so much shit, it's hard for her to keep it in order. It's hard for her to keep it under wraps because she's so damn scandalous. Number 3, she will not stop. Nothing is going to stop her. She will not stop. Like Tommy Sotomayor used to talk about the BT 1000. The scandalous hoe is the BT 1000 of hoes, bro. She will not stop. For example, if you think Jada Pinkett ain't smashed somebody else since that Red Table episode with Will Smith on it, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. You are out of your mind. Jada Pinkett done probably smashed a good 2 or 3 people since then. Guarantee it. She will not stop. And her scandalous ways don't end with her hoeing either. She is scandalous on all levels, and you're about to see it in a minute. But number 4, her level of game is second to no hoe. Her level of game is second to no hoe. Of all the hoes, the scandalous hoe is the chick that can run game on the best of men. On the best of men. Because she has, unlike most hoes, she has the ability to take on certain attributes of other hoes of different archetypes. For example, the scandalous hoe can take on certain attributes of the chameleon hoe. Because of her level of game. She knows how to play the game. She knows how to play men. So the scandalous hoe is capable of taking on some of the traits or exhibiting some of the traits of the chameleon hoe. And because of that, she's able to manipulate and maneuver men in certain ways that other types of hoes aren't capable of doing. Her level of game is second to none. Look at Jada Pinkett, for example. She talked Will Smith into an open relationship. Bruh, how does a man worth $300 million allow himself to be talked into an open relationship? Because, bruh, you know damn well it was her idea. You know damn well it was her idea. It was definitely her idea. Okay? She talked a man worth $300 million into having an open marriage. Her level of game is second to no hoe. Now, let's take a look at the scandalous hoe in action.
And I got into an entanglement with August. That's what I said.
Hey, that's what I said.
An entanglement?
Yeah. When I was young, I definitely think I had a sex addiction of some kind. Yeah.
Now, what kind of woman sits at a table with her mother and her daughter, and to top it off, the man that she's cheating on her husband with, and tells everybody in front of the world that she used to have a sex addiction? First of all, you didn't used to have a sex addiction, Jada. You still have a sex addiction. She still has a sex addiction, which is why she talked her husband into having an open marriage so that she could continue to ride the cock carousel. Okay? The cock carousel that she's been riding pretty hard and heavy for years now, as you're about to see in a second. But she sits there and says this in front of her mother, her daughter, and the man that she's cheating on her husband with. Now, it'd be one thing for a grown woman to have that, or to say that in conversation with her mother. You know, depending on the relationship a woman might have with her mother, she might be able to have that conversation with her mom. But under no circumstances should you be having that conversation around your daughter. Under no circumstances. And then to top it off, the man that you're sleeping with behind your husband's back is also sitting at the table. I mean, that video, that didn't age well. That didn't age well at all.
That's terrible.
I just wanted to feel good. Mm-hmm. It had been so long since I felt good.
Now, obviously, that's from the Red Table Talk episode where she, embarrassed Will in front of the world by how she was smashing August Alsina. But then to add insult to injury in front of the world, I just wanted to feel good. It had been so long since I felt good. I mean, could you imagine how Will must have felt sitting there, hearing that? But that's the scandalous hoe. She don't give a damn. She don't give a damn. And she will not stop. And remember, the first attribute, her hoeing hurts. She's going to hurt you, bruh. She is going to hurt you. Okay? And once she cuts you, she is then going to take salt and pour it into the wound and rub it in. All right? So on top of I smashed our son's friend behind your back, I did it because I just wanted to feel good, because I hadn't felt good in so long. Just throwing more shade at the brother. Like, damn, but that's the scandalous hoe.
We ride together.
We die together.
Bad marriage for life.
Fans aren't surprised that Jada
Now,
Pinkett
wait a
is back
minute.
in the news for wrecking J-Lo and Mark Anthony's marriage.
Now, here's something that doesn't get talked about too often. The fact that it's clear as day something was going on between Jada Pinkett and Mark Anthony. And it was obviously happening while Mark Anthony was married to Jennifer Lopez. Clear as day. Clear as day. So while this woman is a married woman herself, she is so scandalous that she has managed to find time to wreck the homes of other married women. But this is the scandalous hoe.
Into a different kind of entanglement.
An anonymous tip given to celebrity gossip site Junwa may have stoked the flames of the long-circulating but completely baseless rumor that Jada Pinkett Smith and Mark Anthony had an affair. Jaguar Wright, for her part, has said in the past that Jada did, in fact, destroy J-Lo's marriage.
Jada from Baltimore. Will wasn't built for her game.
He wasn't.
He wasn't built for her game, but maybe Mark Anthony was.
Jaguar also brought up the fact that after filming a passionate kissing scene together, Jada and Mark's TV program Hawthorne was suddenly canceled.
Has anybody bothered to ask why Hawthorne was snatched off of the airways, off of TNT, when it was doing great? The ratings, that kiss between her and Mark Anthony, the ratings were through the roof. And then all of a sudden, the show disappeared.
The more distant Mark and Jennifer became, the closer he got to Jada, a family insider said, adding that Pinkett Smith may have overstepped her bounds in lending Anthony marital advice, and Jennifer didn't like that. In 2011, Mark filed for divorce from J-Lo, citing irreconcilable differences as the reason.
Now, wait a minute. What I want to show you here is, now there you go with this, you know, the over the top scandalous nature and behavior of Jada Pinkett, breaking up a happy home while she's already a married woman. I mean, there ain't too many married women out here running around home wrecking. You know what I'm saying? You got to be one scandalous bitch to be married and still find the time to run around wrecking other people's homes. You feel me? That takes a special kind of scandalous bitch. Now, what I want to show you here is some more scandalous behavior. I want to show you the Oscar slap. Excuse me. I want to show you the Oscar slap, but I want to show it to you from a different angle. An angle that captures Jada Pinkett's initial reaction to the slap. Now, I can show you better than I can tell you.
People have not seen. Look
Now
at
watch how
Jada's
she's
reaction.
rocking forward in laughter. You see that? You see how she was rocking forward laughing. It was funny. So it was funny to Jada that her husband, who was obviously about to win an Oscar that night, just went up on stage and slapped Chris Rock in front of the world at the fucking Oscars. Clearly a place where you probably shouldn't do that. It was funny to her that her man just did something that was clearly going to have a negative impact on his career. It was funny to her that her man just went up on stage and slapped another brother in the face in front of the world. It was funny that her man just assaulted somebody and quite possibly could get arrested for that. The police are not above arresting Will Smith. As a matter of fact, as far as I understand it, the only reason Will Smith didn't get arrested that night is because Chris Rock didn't want to press charges. Which still is kind of ridiculous for the fact that it shouldn't require Chris Rock wanting to press charges for the fact that he literally did that shit on video in front of the fucking world. Right? But Chris didn't want to press charges. But you see when she rocked forward, laughing. That's what you do when you're laughing. You know? Ha ha ha, laugh out loud. You lean a little, you might lean forward because it was just so hilarious, right? Scandalous. She's so scandalous. Scandalous.
I'm going to, okay? So I can go. That was the greatest night in the history of television.
Recently, Jaden Smith, the 24-year-old son of...
Now, wait a minute. Remember, she will not stop. And her scandalous ways do not end with her hoeing. Now, all of you, I'm sure, knew about the scandal with August Alsina. I'm sure some of you knew about the, her affair with Mark Anthony and breaking up Jennifer Lopez's happy home. Some of you might have already known about, her laughing when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. But how many of you knew that Jada Pinkett introduced her own children to psychedelic drugs? I'm not bullshitting. You want me to prove it? Here it goes.
Jada Pinkett Smith claimed that his mother was the first in their family to introduce psychedelic drugs. Speaking at the Psychedelic Science Conference in Denver, Jaden acknowledged that his mother's decision had a profound impact on their family dynamics. According to Jaden, his mother, Jada Pinkett Smith, took the initial step towards exploring psychedelic drugs. Over time, this interest trickled down and evolved, leading each family member to find their own path in this regard. Jaden expressed gratitude for the emotional benefits he and his siblings experienced through these substances, particularly in terms of fostering empathy and improving their relationships. The use of psychedelic drugs such as ayahuasca, LSD, and MDMA remains illegal in the United States at the federal level. However, some states like Oregon and Colorado have decriminalized substances like magic mushrooms. While Jaden Smith spoke of the positive impact these drugs had on his emotional well-being, it is essential to note that they can also have harmful effects, including psychosis, sleep disruption, short-term depression, and memory impairment, as stated by the National Institutes of Health.
Now, I'm going to ask the obvious question. What kind of mother introduces her children to psychedelic drugs? Now I'm going to answer the question. The scandalous hoe. The scandalous hoe. That's who. I mean, what the hell can you even say about this, man? What can you say about this? And Will Smith has just allowed this to happen. It's absolutely insane, man. Absolutely insane.
Jada Smith is rotten to the core and have been for years. She's a well-known do-dirty that's willing to take her entire family down the path of destruction. And Will Smith is nothing less than a beta male that allowed her to do it. Ultimately, he allowed Jada to destroy him and his kids.
But wait a minute. Wait a minute. It ain't over. It ain't over. Remember, she will not stop. She will not stop. Now, this is a letter that Willow wrote to Tupac. Dear Tupac, I know you are alive someplace. I think that my mommy really misses you. Can you please come back? Can you come back so mommy and me can be happy? I wish you were here. I really do. Love, Willow. Now, what the hell does Willow know about Tupac? What the hell does Willow know about Tupac? The man passed away before she was even born. Why is Willow writing letters to a dead man? Now, one of the things that's always being said, I've said it several times myself, women pick up on social cues naturally. Women naturally pick up on social cues 100 times faster than a man. So we can say, well, Jada must be, ain't no telling what she must be saying around that house about Tupac in front of them kids. But here's the thing. Even if she's not saying anything blatant, Willow being a female, okay, say Jada Pinkett isn't saying anything, crazy or obvious or, about Tupac. Willow is clearly picking up the energy. She's clearly picking up the vibes. And remember, Willow wrote that letter when she was 11 years old. When she was 11 years old. So clearly, Jada, at the very least, is giving off some obvious energy, some obvious vibes that she misses Tupac, that she loved Tupac, or at the very least had love for Tupac. Willow clearly understood at the age of 11 that mommy would be happier with Tupac than with Will. So likewise, because remember she said in the letter, so mommy and me can be happy. So because she realized that mommy would be happier with Tupac, she figures, well, if mommy would be happier with Tupac, I would be happier with Tupac too. So can you come back so me and mommy can be happy? Imagine how Will must have felt when he saw that letter. And remember, number one, her hoeing hurts. Yo, I told you from the jump I had something special for you tonight. I told you from the jump I took my time with this one. That's why I was quiet on Facebook for days. Hit the Cash App, $BLAXKSQUAD, or you can hit the PayPal. It's in the description box. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell icon and support the show, baby. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Show a brother some love. Now, why is Willow writing that kind of a letter? Because clearly, and as you are about to see, clearly, Jada Pinkett was and is in love with Tupac Shakur. Clearly.
School of the Arts. It was the first day, and he came over to me and introduced himself. And in high school, Pac was a little funny looking. Definitely, from looking at him, wasn't necessarily like the type of cat that I would even like deal with, But as soon as he approached me, he was like a magnet. It was like once you paid attention to him, he kind of sucked you in. And we hit it off from that moment on. He would tell me all the time, Jada, you're going to be a star. You know what I mean? I'm like, Pac, come on. He's like, you're going to be a star. You got it. You just got it. I don't think either one of us really thought that we would have made it in the way that we did. But we knew we were going to do something. He was one of my best friends. He was like a brother. And sorry. He was I mean, it was beyond friendship for us, you know, as far as just, it was really difficult to explain because the type of relationship we had, you only get that once in a lifetime, so.
What? I'm sorry, what? The type of friendship we had, you only get that once in a lifetime. That sounds like something a woman would say about her husband. That sounds like something a woman would say about the love of her life. Have you ever heard Jada Pinkett talk about Will Smith this way? Have you ever seen Jada Pinkett shed a tear for Will Smith? Have you ever seen Jada Pinkett convey this type of emotion, this type of empathy, this type of sympathy, this type of concern, this type of admiration for Will Smith? Have you ever seen it? They've been married since what, like 1994? They've been married like 30 fucking years. Have you ever seen Jada Pinkett put on this kind of display for Will Smith? I haven't. I haven't. But we're supposed to believe nothing ever happened between her and Pac. We're supposed to believe Pac didn't get them draws. Even though Pac smashed everybody. Come on, man. Come on, man. Pac smashed everybody, but we're supposed to believe that Jada didn't give up the pussy. Get the fuck out of here. The same woman who admitted to having a sex addiction. Okay, let's put two and two together here. You admitted that you used to have a sex addiction. You were friends with Pac, when you were young. Pac was running around smashing everybody. Everybody. Pac smashed Whitney Houston. Pac smashed Madonna. He smashed Faith Evans. He smashed Mary J. Blige. He smashed Sally Richardson. He smashed Quincy Jones' daughter. He smashed, remember Heather Hunter? Remember the sex star back in the day, Heather Hunter? He smashed Heather Hunter. Come on, man. Come on, man. But he never smashed Jada. The same chick who admits to having a sex addiction back in the day. Come on, man. Come on, man. We all know Pac smashed. Okay? We all know.
He was like a brother, father figure to me.
Yeah, right.
Very protective, and we took really good care of each other. We took really good care of each other. The best that we could. But we gave each other a lot.
They clearly.
Uh-huh. There you go. There you go. Acting like a scandalous hoe. Oh, man. That is the scandalous hole, ladies and gentlemen. Now, remember, her hoeing hurts. She is the easiest hole to catch and expose. She will not stop. And her level of game is second to no hoe. And the scandalous hoe, she too is one of the dangerous hoes. Don't sleep on the scandalous hoe. And you better know how to spot a scandalous hoe before it's too late. Now, moving right along. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the handicap hoe. The handicap hoe. Now, wait a minute. Now, Kenyatta, I know you a brother that ain't afraid to say what's on your mind, but I know damn well not even you gonna sit up here on YouTube and talk about women with disabilities. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Handicap is another word for broken. The handicap hoe, also known as the broken hoe, she is a special kind of hoe. In the bad sense of the word, special. Okay? The handicap hoe, she is one of the lower ranking hoes. Okay? She's one of the lower ranking hoes. And what are the attributes of the handicap hoe? Well, number one, you see it. She often displays signs of mental and or emotional distress. Something is always wrong with this woman. Something is always wrong. If she ain't off, she's completely nuts. Okay. Now, I myself, in my younger years, I can think of one woman that I would classify as handicap hoe. Apparently her pussy was broken too, because her pussy wasn't shit. Her pussy wasn't shit. The only woman I've ever been with in my entire life who had trash pussy. The pussy was just trash. Trash. Even her pussy was broken. I should have known, but I was young. I didn't know any better. I was still learning all this shit. Okay. She often displays signs of mental and or emotional distress. Again, something is always wrong. She's short on her rent. She need to borrow $40. It's the 4th of the month, but she done ran out of food and her food stamps don't hit till the 15th. She calling you trying to borrow $50 till the 15th. Something is always wrong. She needs something fixed on a car. Something. She often displays signs of mental or emotional distress. And as you can see, we are using Britney Spears as the poster child for the present day handicap hoe. And obviously, Britney Spears fits the description of a handicap hoe. Number two, she is incapable of sustaining a long-term relationship, if at all. That's if she even can get into a long-term relationship. It ain't gonna last. It ain't gonna last. As you know, again, we're using Britney as the poster child. As you can see with Britney Spears, first there was Kevin Federline. That didn't end well. He got custody of both the children. she's paying child support and I believe alimony as well, still to this day, paying alimony. She just got divorced for the second time a few months ago. You know, we know all the issues with the family and whatnot. She is incapable of sustaining a long-term relationship. Because who wants to be with a handicapped hoe? Who wants to be with a broken woman? Who wants to be with a broken woman? Once that man realizes he's dealing with a broken woman, that relationship will begin to change. It will begin to change. From that point on, the clock is ticking on that relationship. Number 3, she most likely lives in a world of delusion, not knowing she is broken. How many times have you seen it on the internet? Now, all of these chicks that you see doing this on the internet, all of them don't fall under the category of a broken hoe. But this, or excuse me, a handicap hoe. But this is an example here. How many times have you seen it? A million times, I'm sure. Of these chicks on the internet, you know, some guy walk up to them on the street and ask them to rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10. This chick could be standing there looking like an obvious 3. Talking about, I'm a 10. I'm a 10. It's all about confidence. I'm confident in myself. I'm a 10. I feel like a 10. That right there could be the signs of a handicap hoe. Because remember, she most likely lives in a world of delusion, not knowing she is broken. And you see Britney Spears. You about to see Britney Spears, because I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you the handicap hoe in action. Okay? You see Britney Spears parading around on Instagram and TikTok doing these little dance videos, dancing in swimsuits and cowboy boots and shit. This chick thinks she's still 25. She thinks she's still 25. She thinks she still got it. She does not realize whatsoever how absolutely crazy she looks. She doesn't. Because she is living in a world of delusion, not knowing she is broken, not knowing she is a handicap hoe. Hit the Cash App, $BLAXKSQUAD, right there in your lower left-hand corner. Now, I'm going to show you the handicap hoe in action.
A lot going on in pop culture recently. Apparently, Britney Spears is getting a divorce, and absolutely nobody is surprised about that.
Nobody is surprised about that because, like I said a minute ago, this chick is nuts. She is off her rocker. I don't know what happened to this woman. I said in a reel that I did, you know, remember, if y'all remember, Hit 'Em Up Volume 22 was by Britney Spears. I blame Justin Timberlake. I still blame Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake fucked this woman crazy and left her for dead. I blame Justin Timberlake. But look at this bitch, man. Look at this shit, bruh. This chick is done. She is done for. She is broken. This is a handicap hoe to the extreme degree. Look at her. Look at the look in her eyes, man. Look at the look in her eyes. Like, you can't tell whether this is drugs or whether this is mental issues or a nasty combination of the two. But remember what she used to look like? Do you see this? Look what she used to look like. Look at this shit. Britney Spears was supposed to be the next Madonna. Remember? Remember, she was like the best white female entertainer since Madonna. Look at her now. Look at her now. What the hell is that? Look at them damn cowboy boots. Who the fuck wears cowboy boots with a swimsuit? That is the countryest shit I have ever seen. But remember, let us not forget what used to be. Let us not forget what used to be. And you know, when I was putting this together, I said to myself, damn, Britney had some fucking hits, man. She had some fucking hits. Like, let's, you know, might not have been the type of shit that I really wanted to listen to, but gotta give credit where credit is due. Britney had some fucking hits. She had some hits. She was on her way to being the next Madonna.
In pop culture recently.
She was on her way to being the next Madonna. And look at what happened. Look at what happened. We would have never thought. Never thought. Back in 99, 2000, when Britney Spears came out, we would have never thought that, you know, fast forward 20 years, Britney Spears would be dancing around on Instagram in a swimsuit with cowboy boots looking like a crackhead. We would have never thought. But that is the sad case of the handicap hoe. And this is why she is, as I stated earlier, a lower ranking hoe. The other hoes do not respect the handicap hoe. They do not respect her because there isn't much to respect, obviously. But moving right along, we have the fat hoe, ladies and gentlemen. The fat hoe. Yes, I did. I know somebody said, no, he didn't. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I sure did. The fat hoe. Hit the like button and share the stream, y'all. Hit the like button and share the stream. If you're enjoying the content, hit the like button and help a brother out in the algorithm so we can get this content out to more people. The more you hit the like button, the more YouTube is going to push the video to more people. So hit the like button so we can grow this Black Squad TV platform, baby. Hit the like button. The fat hoe. And obviously, I mean, who else? Who else would be the poster child for the fat hoe? You know damn well it's going to be Lizzo. Who else? Seriously. Even if you... I'm sitting here trying to think right now, like, okay, who would be a runner-up? I can't even think of who would be a runner-up. Maybe Lonnie Love. Maybe Lonnie Love, but Lonnie Love ain't, you know, she's fat, but she ain't a fat hoe. You know what I'm saying? Lonnie Love ain't a fat hoe. You know what I mean? So Lonnie Love wouldn't even fit the archetype. She's just fat. She's not a fat hoe. You know. Obviously, you got to be fat and a hoe. You can't just be fat. You got to be fat and a hoe. So Lonnie Love don't even fit the bill. I can't even think of who. Come on, man. Obviously, it was going to be Lizzo. And what are the attributes of the fat hoe? Well, number one. Food and debaucherousness are her best friends. Food and debaucherousness are her best friends. This is the chick that has sold a minority of the population, a small number of the population on this body positivity bullshit. Okay? Because she wants to stuff her mouth with everything she can get her chubby ass hands on. She wants to stuff her mouth with everything. Hot Cheetos, waffles, chicken, meatloaf, hot dogs, grilled cheese. This is the type of chick that'll take her chicken leg and dunk it in the mashed potatoes like it's milk and cookies. Just fucking, you know, fat hoe shit. When you're dunking the chicken leg in the mashed potatoes, and I bullshit you not, I seen a bitch do this shit. I seen it with my own eyes, yo. Big, burly bitch. I was at Golden Corral. I was at Golden Corral in Macon, Georgia, and I swear, For God, I swear for God, I seen with my own eyes this big hulk of a heifer dunk her chicken leg in the mashed potatoes repeatedly. Me and my moms was sitting there cracking up. Yeah, my moms was laughing too. That shit was hilarious. That shit was hilarious, yo. I bullshit you not, yo. Food and debaucherousness are her best friends. Remember, she ain't just fat. She's a fat hoe. Okay? Emphasis on the hoe. And the fat hoe, she displays a level of debaucherousness with her hoeing like, second to none. The debaucherousness. Not even the scandalous hoe comes close to the level of debaucherousness of the fat hoe. Now, using Lizzo as the example, you already seen, what's happening with Lizzo right now, with the dancers who are suing her. And I'm sure most of you saw that video. If you haven't seen it, you're about to see it in a minute. Lizzo goes on the radio station over there in Amsterdam talking about eating bananas out of women's vaginas. Just debaucherous. Allegedly forcing, one of the dancers to touch a nude woman, even though she's not interested in women. She was forced to do that, allegedly. So trying to turn other people out. Debaucherousness. Number 2, she wishes she could be more like the chameleon hoe. She wishes she could be more like the chameleon hoe. Unfortunately, she's unable to do that because one of the prerequisites of being a chameleon hoe is you've got to be attractive. You've got to be attractive. And the overwhelming vast majority of men are not attracted to overweight women. But she wishes she could be more like the chameleon hoe. That way she could spread her debaucherousness to, more people. She could wiggle her way into certain circles that she presently doesn't have access to because she's fat. Such as high value men, for example. If she could be more like the chameleon, she'd be able to, wiggle her way into those type of circles and, spread her hoeing and her debaucherousness among high value men, for example. But ain't no high value man trying to hook up with a 300-pound woman. It just ain't happening. Just ain't happening. Ain't no man go through, 12 years of school, 4 to 8 years of college, making 6 figures, running the gauntlet out here in the world, competing against other men to become the man that he's become, to hook up with a 300-pound heifer. It just ain't, no. The men don't operate that way. Right? So the fat hoe wishes she could be more like the chameleon hoe so she could have access to more men. Number 3, usually displays overtly masculine mannerisms and speech. Now, I personally attribute that to her size. I personally attribute it to because she's as big as a fucking man, often bigger than most men. She begins taking on masculine traits. I could only imagine that it's hard to feel feminine, or maybe hard to feel as though you are as feminine as the next woman when you're bigger than pretty much every woman you come across. A large part of a woman's femininity is her beauty. Well, if you're big as a fucking house, it's kind of hard to be feminine. At least hard to compete with other women who are attractive, fit, and friendly, it's kind of hard to compete with those women in the feminine category, in the femininity category. So the fat hoe, she usually displays overtly masculine mannerisms and speech. Even the way she talks often is extremely masculine. Because I guess she figured, fuck it, what she got to lose? These men don't want her anyway, right? So ain't no sense in fronting like she's a lady. She might as well just let it all hang out, right? But here is the fat hoe in action. Now, as you all know, Lizzo is currently being sued for allegedly weight shaming and sexually harassing her dancers, and I believe it's true.
Which one is that?
This is a banana bar.
Listen.
That's the banana bar?
Yeah, you
and
wear
they have the banana in the coochie?
And ping pong balls.
And you have to go.
Yes. And
That's what I want to do.
Then you have to eat it.
I need my potassium, if you know what I'm saying. My potassium.
Now, I'm supposed to believe that Lizzo is innocent of these accusations? I mean, she was literally on the radio saying that she wants to go to this club that these dancers that are suing her are talking about. It was at that club later that night where one of the dancers alleges that she was forced to touch the breasts of a nude woman. And she was very uncomfortable with that because she is not into women. So again, remember, number one, food and debaucherousness are her best friends. She's trying to spread her debaucherousness to another woman by basically turning that woman out and forcing that woman to act in a sexual manner with another woman who she is not into, who she is not attracted to. I don't know, man. Listen, I believe that there is a lot of truth to the accusations of these dancers. I believe there's a lot of truth to it. I believe that there's possibly a little bit of embellishment here and there. But I would say that it's probably 80 to 85% true, 15 to 20% embellishment because, you know, hey, let's get this money. If we're gonna sue a bitch, let's sue a bitch. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? But I think it's probably 80%, 80 to 85% completely accurate. 15 to 20% embellishment. I think she did it. I think she did it.
Today we have NBC News exclusive. 3 former dancers for pop star Lizzo were accusing the singer of sexual harassment and creating a hostile work environment.
That's according to a lawsuit filed Tuesday, in Los Angeles. Wait, today is Tuesday, isn't it?
Today is Tuesday, so that would be today.
Today in Los Angeles. It's funny that I have to ask what day it is. The dancers who accuse Lizzo, who's known for embracing body positivity, of weight shaming and pressuring them to touch a nude performer at an overseas strip club. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following the story for us. Stephen, tell us more about this lawsuit and what these former dancers are alleging.
Yeah, a lot of shocking stuff here, some wide-ranging accusations in this lawsuit. This was brought by those 3 former dancers. They're alleging sexual harassment and creation of a hostile workplace. All of it is shocking to read, but there are also those claims that Lizzo body shamed one of the dancers for weight gain. That's shocking, of course, because Lizzo has been such a beacon of body positivity.
I know.
Bullshit. It's not shocking because she's been a beacon for body positivity. It's shocking because she fat than a motherfucker. Who the hell are you body shaming? That's why it's shocking. But, you know, they can't say that on the news. I can say it. It's shocking because Lizzo is fat as shit. So if that's true, that shit is not only shocking, it's fucking hilarious. Like, who the fuck are you body shaming, yo? Who the fuck are you body shaming? Are you kidding me?
I know I'm big, but bitch, I'm not that big. Like, look.
We got to get into this Lizzo thing. Y'all know, y'all girl Lizzo. She's getting sued by her dancers. Lizzo is getting sued by her dancers because of some alleged degenerate behavior with Lizzo. A lot of stuff going on where the dancers are saying that they were forced, quote unquote, to do real weird sexual stuff at after parties, eating bananas out of certain orifices of women. I'm trying not to be too vulgar here.
Eating bananas out the vajayjay. Bananas dipped in vajayjay sauce. Eat the banana, anime. Eat the banana.
They were forced to
eat it.
Fruit and vegetables out of the no-no spots. Real weird stuff. And this goes to show, family, the dominant society, they will sit up and prop you up for being a degenerate. They will prop you up, fund you to be a degenerate, give you a platform to walk around. Your body looks like a bag of memory foam pillows. They tell you to put a thong on your horrible shape and twerk all over the place, and they'll give you a budget. They'll have you on television. They'll do music videos where you're shaking your flat, wide, flat screen TV ass all over the place. And they'll sit up and pretend, oh, that's body positivity. Oh, that's sexual liberation. You're such a pioneer. They'll sit up here and egg you on to do degenerate nonsense and then flip it and then punish you for doing the same thing.
Now, truth be told, they're not laughing with Lizzo, they're laughing at Lizzo. She is a joke, or she is the joke, right? They're not laughing with her, they're laughing at her. And really using her to make fun of black women in general. And, you know, this is something that black men, such as myself, tried to tell the sisters when Lizzo first came out. They didn't want to hear it. We also tried to tell the sisters, hey, this chick is she's an embarrassment to you as black women. This ain't cool. This is not who you want representing you. Black women didn't want to hear it. Now look. Now look. Look at the shame and scandal that the fat hoe has brought to your doorstep. So yeah, that is the fat hoe. That is the fat hoe. And remember, food and debaucherousness are her best friends. She wishes she could be more like the chameleon hoe. And she usually displays overtly masculine mannerisms and speech. That is the fat hoe, ladies and gentlemen. But we ain't done yet. Oh no, we gonna keep going and going. We are not done yet. Moving right along. The goofy hoe, ladies and gentlemen. The goofy hoe. Now the goofy hoe, she is something special. Again, she is something special in the bad sense of the word. Because what are the attributes of the goofy hoe, ladies and gentlemen? Well, number one, she loves to hear herself talk. Even though she's never saying anything of consequence, even though she's never saying anything worth hearing, even though there's little to nothing she has to teach anybody, even though there's very little you can learn from this woman, if anything, even though she's almost always the goofiest bitch in the room, she loves to hear herself talk. Much like the big head hoe, if you're having a conversation with the goofy hoe, just like the big head hoe, she's likely to, talk over you or try to cut you off in the middle of your sentence because she loves to hear herself talk. Number 2, she is a low-ranking Omega hoe. She is a low-ranking Omega hoe. The other hoes do not respect the goofy hoe. They do not respect her because she's goofy. She's a goofy bitch. They don't respect her. And as you can see, we are using Amber Rose as the poster child for the goofy hoe archetype. And Amber Rose certainly fits the description, as you will see shortly. But yeah, she is a low-ranking Omega hoe. There's nothing to respect. Much like Amber Rose, she usually has no talent to speak of. Her only claim to fame, 9 times out of 10, is her attractiveness, which is why she can afford to be goofy, which is why she can afford to lack intelligence, because a lot of times her attractiveness will get her in the door, especially with men, right? So number 3, she sometimes shares traits of the aggressive hoe. Now, specifically what I'm talking about is, like I said earlier, the aggressive hoe is the monkey branching queen, because she's so aggressive and she's constantly approaching men. She is able to monkey branch quicker and more efficiently than the other hoes. But the goofy hoe, she shares that attribute with the aggressive hoe. She's not as good as the aggressive hoe at monkey branching, but she has an easy time monkey branching too, because usually the goofy hoe, though usually she has a somewhat pleasant disposition, and usually she's attractive. So it's really not hard for her to get another dude, right? And men, because we are the way we are, we don't really care so much, if a woman is intelligent or not. Some men, they don't want a chick that's dumb as a box of rocks, but they'll settle for a dumb bitch though. She could be dumb, just not dumb as a box of rocks. You know what I'm saying? So men don't really care that she's goofy. All they care about is that she's attractive. And her being a goofy bitch, she's usually giddy and, she got like a goofy laugh. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? And men like that kind of shit. So the goofy hoe, she usually has an easy time monkey branching, which is why she is one of the main hoes out there riding the cock carousel hard and heavy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she sometimes shares traits of the aggressive hoe, or shares traits with the aggressive hoe. Specifically, the monkey branching. Now, are you ready to see the goofy hoe in action? Are you ready? Are you sure you're ready? I don't think you're ready. Again, the goofy hoe is something special. She's something special in a bad way, because, she's a lower ranking hoe. But here is the goofy hoe in action.
Right? You said that in your freestyle.
Yeah.
And you want to know why.
Not me. No.
But you said that in your freestyle.
No. What I said.
Can we replay it? Can we replay the freestyle?
Well, I could just say it.
Okay.
I could just say it.
But I heard what you said. That's why I felt some type of way.
No, I said, we'll get all the views. Violence, stupid new challenge, whole lot of ignorant dudes on the news wilding, chicks booked for 2,000, post the new style, and think about it. Having no talent, that's the new talent. I saw a chick on red carpet. I said, tell me what you do. She said, I'm pretty, pairs, clit, titties, belly button too. I twerk for the gram. My videos get hella bunch of views. That's very fucking cool. But tell me what you do. It's disgusting. They say hoes women.
But why? Why is it disgusting? Because you're a hater. Men are haters that women make money and go get booked for 2,000 because.
Now here comes the bitch babble. Here comes the bitch babble, sprinkled with a little bit of feminism and sprinkled with a little bit of misandry. Now, again, This is the goofy hoe, okay? She's not the most articulate woman in the room. You know, and again, she loves to hear herself talk. As long as she hears the sound of her voice, she thinks she's saying something. Okay? Now, catch what she's about to say. I'm gonna break it down.
They're fucking pretty.
No.
Don't hate the bitch, hate the consumer. Am I
was
wrong?
still going. No.
But he's saying it from an observatory.
Yeah,
But you're
angle.
observing a bitch making money because
All right, so
she's
you ready for
pretty
this?
and
Hold on.
twerking.
Wait, hold on.
Let
hold
the
on,
bitch twerk and make her fucking
hold on.
money.
Check this out, though. Check this out. Look.
Am I tripping?
Check this out.
Where's the bitch?
Now, what about when you did that? What about the girl when she did that, right?
So
and got the 2,000, right? For 3 months, right?
So?
But then she was gonna get 10 million from this company, but then seen her do that shit and said, nah, it's over now.
Why is that your business? Why is that your business? Stay out of women's business.
That's hurting. No.
Hurting who?
Herself.
It ain't you. Mind your business.
It's hurting herself, though.
But
you get it?
Stop policing women's bodies.
No, think about that.
Stop.
It would. So,
Listen
look,
to me.
It's not about no body.
So now she wants to go to the extreme and make the accusation that, you know, Mook and men like Mook trying to police women's bodies. Now, where in that rhyme did he say anything about trying to police her body? If anything, what he was conveying is how it's sucker ass men that put money in these women's pockets and give these women all sorts of unearned attention and unearned validation. Is basically what Mook was saying in that verse. Okay? And it's possible that goofy ass Amber Rose actually picked that up, and that's what she's so triggered by. The fact that, because you know, that's what a lot of women are triggered by when it comes to, say, the manosphere or red pill space. That's what triggers a lot of women. The fact that if men were to listen, take heed, and operate accordingly, the jig would be up, and a lot of them wouldn't be able to pull the BS that they're pulling out here. That's what a lot of women are actually triggered by, right? So it's possible that she's triggered by that. But of course she wants to go to the extreme and, oh, you're policing women's bodies. There was nothing in that verse about policing women's bodies whatsoever. But the goofy bitch, she just the goofy hoe loves to hear herself talk, man.
It's not about policing a body.
Policing women's bodies. If she wants to twerk and make $2,000,
so would you not? What if you giving her advice? What if you know she can make 10 million? She about to, right?
Ain't no she, man. What the
no,
fuck?
look, look.
Official mountain would probably be the fact that I don't fit in.
So yeah. There's that. All right. Just goofy as hell. Talking about policing women's bodies and blah, blah, blah. All this goofy shit. That again, that is a goofy hoe. She loves to hear herself talk. But wait a minute. The goofiness does not stop simply with the hoeing. Simply with the personality. Oh, no. In Amber Rose's case, there is a subtle nuance of what has been termed as the tragic mulatto. Now, I know how some people feel about that term, mulatto. Don't mean to be offensive. That's simply what it's called, the tragic mulatto. And Amber Rose is definitely a tragic mulatto. A tragic mulatto. Now, I'm going to let you check this out, and I'm going to interject when I see fit. Check this shit out.
The fact that I don't fit in white spaces, but I don't fit in black spaces either.
Now, she said, I don't fit in white spaces, but I don't fit in black spaces either. Bullshit. Bullshit. Now, let's keep it all the way 100. In white spaces, it's very likely that she's not accepted in white spaces as being a white woman. That's very fucking likely for the fact that that's how white people have always been. Since the days of slavery, they have never accepted biracial people, half black, half white, as being white. They never have since the days of slavery. They still do not to this day. To this day. Barack Obama was half white. Did any white folk try to claim him? Negative. Mariah Carey. Any white folk trying to claim her? Negative. Halle Berry, half white. Is the white delegation, is the Caucasian congregation trying to claim Halle Berry? Negative. But amongst black folk, the biracial, half black, half white folk who wanted to be among black folk, who wanted to claim their blackness, as we call it, have always been able to find a home amongst black people. We have always been willing and wanting, having no problem accepting biracial black people as being black. If your daddy was black or if your mama was black, then obviously you have our blood in your veins. So after that, the only question is, well, we know you're biologically black, but are you psychologically black? Do you have a problem claiming your black blood? Do you have a problem acknowledging your blackness, as we call it? And as long as people pass that two-pronged test, biologically black and psychologically black, we've never had a problem welcoming welcoming so-called biracial black people as one of us, ever. So for Amber Rose to sit there and say, I don't fit into white spaces and I don't fit into black spaces, that's a goddamn lie. The truth of the matter is, you don't want to be black. And homegirl gonna hit the nail on the head, and you're gonna see Amber Rose have a little meltdown because somebody finally said it, and said it to her fucking face.
To like say something that is not appealing to, like, let's say a black person, I would then be white in that moment.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then if I say something that doesn't appeal to a white person, then I'm black in that moment.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
You give me so much more black than white, though. Like, she just gives me...
But what I'm saying is, Josh, like, even what you did earlier by, like, singling me out in class...
I didn't single you out. Listen, if you feel like I singled you out, I apologize. I didn't mean to do that.
I appreciate that.
I consider you a black person like myself. A lot of people do that to me. They're like, okay, she's Spanish, she's not black.
Jocelyn, stop identifying me. Let me identify myself and then let you know what that is.
You see, she's never been able to, quote, identify herself. But as a matter of fact, there are several videos, you could probably find them on YouTube right now, several videos of her blatantly saying, I am not a black woman. I do not identify as a black woman. So what's with all the confusion all of a sudden? What's with all the tragic mulatto confusion all of a sudden? But see, this is that goofy hoe shit. She has said in the past, I do not identify as a black woman. She's made that very fucking clear. Now all of a sudden it's an issue because somebody called it out. Goofy hoe.
Like the whiteys, and then you turn around and look at me.
It's a joke. It was just there. I just seen you. I just turned around and look at that. Stop being so sensitive, because you and I are very cool. So for you to
Yeah, but it's not about being sensitive.
But you are being sensitive.
No, but if you're not, I think
you're not white though. You're black.
My father is white though.
Okay, but to me, your mother's.
But that's not about you. It's about me.
My father is white though. Translation: I was almost white. I was almost white. God damn it, if it wasn't for this Negro blood in my veins, I was almost white. I was almost white. And I would love to know how her father, you know, what did her father teach her about, you know, not necessarily her lineage, but as far as how the world was going to view her when she became an adult. Because if the father would have sat the daughter down and said, hey, listen, you know, this is the way in this world today, you know, when you walk out in them streets, walk out there into the world, yeah, you have a white father, but the world is going to view you as a black woman, and they're going to treat you like a black woman. They're going to identify you as a black woman, you know, and that's definitely a conversation that you should most certainly have with a biracial black boy. Because the world ain't trying to hear that biracial shit. The world ain't trying to hear my daddy is a white man from a biracial black boy. Nah, use a Negro like the rest of us, brother. Use a Negro like the rest of us. Okay? I'm pretty sure if you commit a crime as a so-called biracial brother, I'm pretty sure when the police write up a description of you, I'm pretty sure biracial is not going to be part of it. You know what I'm saying? But here this chick go with these issues of her identity, these goofy ass issues, because she don't want to be black. And that's fine. That's fine. And look, like I said, she has said before that she does not identify as a black woman. And I'm perfectly fine with that. I am perfectly fine with somebody who is biracial saying, I do not identify as a black woman. I do not identify as a black man. Fine. Thank you for actually saying it out loud. Now go over there and stay the fuck over there. We are done with our conversation. And we, the black delegation, wish you the best. Good luck on your journey. Just remember, you're not black, so stay the fuck over there and don't speak on shit that's got anything to do with black folk. And we're good. Ain't gotta be no argument. Ain't gotta be no argument. You shouldn't be there trying to twist somebody's arm to convince them that they're black. The fuck out of here. That's somebody you don't want in your tribe. We got enough Negroes who actually are 100% black that don't want to be black and working against the best interests of the group than to be sitting here trying to twist the arm of somebody who'd rather join themselves on to their father's people rather than ours. Let her go. Let her go. Fuck that. Hit the Cash App. $ Black Squad. It's right there in your upper left-hand corner, baby.
About me when I feel like saying what the fuck I want to say. You can't check me on that. And if you go and check me, then check me.
No.
Okay, I checked you. I'm checking you now. But you're not, because I don't give a fuck about how you're. Well, I don't give a fuck either way. Because you don't know anything about you. I consider you a white person. So that's the thing. You know what's your problem?
Now, before we get to the meat of the matter, did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that when Jocelyn said, if you're going to check me, then check me? Did you catch how Amber Rose paused for a second? She paused for a second, and then she was like, I am checking you. Yeah, because she knew what the fuck Jocelyn was saying. She knew what the fuck Jocelyn was saying. She was saying, bitch, if you got a problem, get your big bad ass up out that seat and let's handle this problem, bitch. It's what she was saying. And Amber knew what she was saying. So she paused for a second like, oh shit. Because remember, the goofy hoe is a lower ranking Omega hoe. She knew she was dealing with a woman who outranked her. And Jocelyn, she knew she was dealing with a woman that'll whoop her ass. Right? So she paused for a second like, oh shit.
About you, it's about me. It is about me when I feel like saying what the fuck I want to say. You can't check me on that. And if you go and check me, then check me. Okay, I checked
See
you.
the pause?
I'm checking you now. But you're not, 'cause I don't give a fuck about how you. I don't give a fuck either then. Because I don't say anything about you. I'm considering you a white person. So that's the thing. You know what's your problem? Your problem is that you really want to be a white girl.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's get down to the point. No, Professor. Let's get down to the point.
This is the realest shit Jocelyn Hernandez has ever said in her fucking life. Shout out to Jocelyn Hernandez. Oh my God. Man, sometimes you would never imagine, you know, who would be the one to say some shit that needed to be said. Shout out to Jocelyn Hernandez, even though Jocelyn Hernandez is a violent hoe. She's a violent hoe. We're not going to talk about the violent hoe tonight. That's why I went ahead and said that one. That archetype of hoe. Jocelyn Hernandez is a violent hoe. But I got to be honest. I kind of like violent hoes. I kind of like violent hoes, man. You know what I'm saying? I like it. I like it when a bitch slaps the shit out of another bitch. That shit is fun to watch. What the fuck? Can you blame me? The fuck? You know, especially if she slap up a goofy bitch like Amber Rose. I'd like to see that. I would enjoy that. I enjoy those kind of moments. Okay, so I kind of like the violent hoe. The violent hoe, you know, she's got her. She's you know, everything's got its pros and its cons, right? That's one of the pros of the violent hoe. You get to see her slap a bitch up every now and then. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, shout out to Jocelyn Hernandez for finally telling this broad to her face what somebody should have told her a long time ago. Kanye should have told her this shit.
Your problem is that you really don't even want to be black. She's conflicted with her blackness. See, when I was growing up, I chose to be black. I was born in Puerto Rico, a Spanish-speaking place, so I'm a black Hispanic. But Amber, she don't know how to behave in black places or in white places. She feel like she got to cater to each of them. But I damn sure know that she doesn't cater to nothing black.
Exactly. Exactly. Like she said, I know damn sure she don't cater to nothing black, which she does not. Name a single issue facing black people that Amber Rose has spoken on. Name a single time Amber Rose has advocated for black people. Even just something that, you know, she mentioned in a post. You know, she ain't got to get out in the streets with picket signs, marching and screaming, "We shall overcome," and all that. She's got a platform. She's got a platform where I'm sure she's able to reach millions of people. Right? Now, instead of using that influence to advocate anything ever for black people, instead, she will advocate for atheism, for LGBTQ, and for, you know, a slut walk. But she's mad because somebody finally called her out on her bullshit. You know, this bullshit that a lot of biracial people pull. Let's just keep all the way 100. Amber Rose ain't the only biracial person that does this. You know, you want to be black on Tuesday and something else on Thursday. And then when it's beneficial to be black again, hey, cousin! Nah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No. You black on Tuesday and something else on Thursday. Then when the weekend is about to be over, here you come again talking about you black again. No, get the fuck out of here. We ain't playing them games. And that's Amber Rose.
Wait. Nah, you want to go there? Let me finish. There she go. Quiet baby, quiet baby, quiet baby.
Well, shit.
After me and Jocelyn fought, the producers asked us to stay in different hotels. Look at the tape. She turned around in her seat.
So now this goofy broad is claiming it's unfair that she would be asked to leave, even though she's the one who obviously threw the first punch and knew that, you know, these people running the show that she's on have a zero tolerance policy for violence, right? But now she's trying to plead her case that she shouldn't have to be the one to leave. This is just goofy as hell.
I was walking out and went like this to me. I just feel like I shouldn't have to leave the house. I mean, I get that I shouldn't have threw the... Listen, remember what I said. She is a lower ranking Omega hoe. Now listen to her words. One word specifically. Check it out. But my suspension should consist of me still being able to do my work at home and maybe just not be in school.
I am very upset. I'm coming to speak my piece and let them know I feel like it's messed up that I might get penalized for defending myself.
I know they have a zero tolerance for violence, but I also feel like I got bullied for 5 minutes.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that? I got bullied for 5 minutes. Why did you get bullied? Because she's a lower ranking Omega hoe. She couldn't stand up to Jocelyn Hernandez. Like I said, man, Jocelyn Hernandez is a violent hoe. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you one thing right now. If those cameras weren't there and, you know, security wasn't in the room, Amber Rose would never run up on Jocelyn Hernandez in them streets like that. Come on now. I guarantee you they run into each other on a red carpet or at a show somewhere or at a club late night one day. Amber Rose ain't gonna want no parts of Jocelyn. Period. Only reason Amber Rose did that shit because she knew it was security there that was gonna break it up immediately. Come on, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. But yeah, man, that is the goofy hoe. That is the goofy hoe. And as she said, she was bullied for 5 minutes. Because again, like I said, the goofy hoe is a lower ranking Omega hoe. The other hoes do not respect her. They do not respect her. They will try her. They will check her. They will put her in her fucking place. They will tell her to get the fuck on somewhere. Because she a goofy hoe. Up next, we have the quiet hoe. The quiet hoe. No list is complete without the quiet hoe. She's so special. She's so special. In a good way. In a good way. In a good way. Hit the likes. Share the stream. Support the channel, baby. Hit the Cash App. $ Black Squad. Or you can hit the PayPal. They are both pinned to the top of the chat. Or if you're watching this on the playback, it's in the description box. We are now 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds into the assortment of hoes. This is an assortment of hoes I'm giving you today. And I'm giving you 14. I'm giving you 14. This ain't every hoe. We're going to have to do a part 2, maybe even a part 3 to cover all the hoes. We're going to have to do a part 2, maybe a part 3. But the quiet hoe. No list is complete without the quiet hoe. And what are the attributes of the quiet hoe? Well, number 1, she can't maintain a long-term relationship for long. It's not going to last long. It's not going to last long. Because she's quiet and soft, gentle, but she's a hoe. Basically, the quiet hoe, she uses relationships as nothing more than a break from the cock carousel. When the quiet hoe feels like taking a break from the cock carousel, she'll get into a relationship. But it ain't gonna last long. It ain't gonna last long. If she really likes the guy, it might last a couple years. You know. And if during the course of that relationship she discovers that she really doesn't like the guy all that much anymore, but you know, she's benefiting from the relationship, so she's not quite yet ready to leave, she'll go ahead and cheat on that dude. But of course, she will cheat quietly. Okay? That is the quiet hoe. So number one, she can't maintain a long-term relationship for long. Number two, she usually displays subtle traits of an introvert, but is usually friendly. Again, she's quiet. She's quiet. So she has a lot of traits of an introverted woman. But typically, the quiet hoe is friendly. She's friendly. She's not like the, you know, aggressive hoe or the scandalous hoe. You know, she's actually pretty friendly, which is how she's one of the ways she's able to quietly get her hoe on, because she's so quiet. Nobody suspects the quiet chick. You don't suspect the quiet chick. Okay? You don't suspect her. So yeah, she's got some introverted traits, but she's friendly. So she's able to pull the wool over the eyes of many men. Number three, she's either a freak in the sheets or the sex is whack. It's one or the other. There is no in between with the quiet hoe. There is no in between. There is no in between. Either because, you know, she's so quiet and soft spoken and, you know, gentle, that, you know, when you get her in the bedroom and you slide them drawers off, soon as you slide them drawers off, it's like this chick transforms into a sex-crazed werewolf, nigga. A freak unlike no other. Like, goddamn, I was not expecting that from you. The fuck? Kind of have you looking out of sideways a little bit like, huh. Here I am thinking you this, you know, quiet librarian type of chick. And you just, goddamn, you done rocked the nigga's world. Like, goddamn, this bitch put it on a nigga. Like, goddamn. That's the quiet hoe. That's the quiet hoe. Or the sex is whack. It is very possible that shy shit is not a front. That quiet shit is not a front. That introverted shit is not a front. And you get her in bed and it's like, what the fuck? Like, she act like she don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Even when she get on top, she can't ride your dick for shit. You're like, damn, the fuck is this bitch doing? The fuck? You gotta tell her what to do all the fucking time. Go up and down on it. Go up and down. You gotta tell her to go up. You know what I'm saying? Like, if she's on top, you gotta tell her to go up and down. Like, why the fuck do I have to tell you to go up and down on my dick? It's a dick. What else were you supposed to do with it? The fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the quiet hoe, bruh. Either she's a freak in the sheets or the sex is whack. It's gonna be one or the other. Bruh, flip a coin. Flip a coin. All right? Flip a coin. 4, number 4, she is able to associate with any type of hoe and still maintain her quiet hoe status. Bruh, how many of you can recollect, maybe it was back in high school, that quiet chick that was cool with one of the biggest hoes in the fucking school? And everybody was like, damn, how the fuck is she cool with her? She's nothing like her. She's nothing like her. You know what I'm saying? Bruh. Number 4, she is able to associate with any type of hoe and still maintain her quiet hoe status. The quiet hoe is similar to the ninja hoe. She does her hoeing quietly. Not as quietly as the ninja hoe. Nobody does it as quietly as the ninja hoe. But the quiet hoe, she's coming in at a close second. She's able to, you know, do her hoeing so quietly that most people have no fucking idea. You know what I'm saying? And she's able to associate with other hoes because birds of a feather flock together. But the difference between her and the other hoes is she's a quiet hoe. So you don't know about her hoeing. You think she's this quiet, innocent chick. You trying to figure out why she hanging out with that hoe over there. That's why, bruh. Because she's a quiet hoe. Now, let's take a look at the quiet hoe in action. Now, first, we're going to run down a brief summary of her dating history. First, there was Danny Wood, from New Kids on the Block back in the day. Then there was Bruce Willis, Mr. Die Hard himself. Then there was the affair with Kevin Costner, because Kevin Costner was married at the time. Now, you know, of course, Hollywood is going to try to cover for the females, you know, and try to say, it's unsubstantiated, blah, blah, blah. Listen, we all know Holly loves white boys, and what man ain't going to sleep with Halle Berry? Please, it happened. Then, of course, there was Wesley Snipes, and then there was Christopher Williams, the R&B singer. And then, of course, the one we pretty much all know about, David Justice, the baseball player. Then there was Shamar Moore. They dated for about a year right after she divorced David Justice. Then, of course, there was Monster Ball himself, Billy Bob Thornton. And to this day, I stand 10 toes down. That sex scene was real. Then there was Eric Benet, the idiot who cheated on her. Dumbass fumble. That might have been one of the greatest fumbles of the 20th century. Then, of course, there was Michael Ealy, the blue-eyed bandit himself. Then there was her first baby daddy, Gabriel Audrey, who she's paying child support to. Then there's the second baby daddy, Oliver Martinez, who she now is paying $8,000 a month in child support to. And last but not least, rounding out the list, at least that we know of, you've got Van Hunt, the man she's with now. But like I said, she can't maintain a long-term relationship for long. It ain't gonna last forever.
But you know what?
Then wait a minute. Remember what I said. Now, after, when I went looking for some video to display the quiet hoe in action, I stumbled upon something that confirmed exactly what I said. Number 3, she's either a freak in the sheets or the sex is whack. Now, allegedly, around Hollywood, in certain circles, it's being said that Halle Berry got some whack box, her sex game is weak. But I'll let strong face Lisa Ray tell you herself.
And back in the day,
Yes, she did.
She
Hey, but she knows too. So we don't know what she doing in the bedroom. It could be like Halle Berry.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I can't imagine Tony Braxton not being able to put it down. With the amount of love songs that this girl got and the amount of
Passion, no smoke and no action.
What you mean, Lisa Ray about Halle Berry? She not supposed to be good in the bed?
That's what they said. That's what I read.
Really?
And that's what I heard.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That's what they say.
So nobody regrets not doing anything.
Uh-oh. Man, listen. I am Kenyatta Black. Thank you for tuning in. I am batting 1,000. I am batting 1,000. I have not steered you wrong yet, and I swear for God I never will. She is either a freak in the sheets or the sex game is whack. Now, that being said, I would personally have to find out for myself. Okay? That's Halle Berry, nigga. That is Halle fucking Berry. I've got to confirm this for myself. Okay? You're not just gonna tell me Halle Berry got some weak box and I'm just gonna take your word for it and keep it moving. Now, fuck that, nigga. I'm about to find out for myself. Okay? That is Halle Berry, bruh. Either way, it's a win. Okay? Either way, it's a win. Even if the sex is whack, you can still say, hey, I fucked Halle Berry. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Still, you know, come on now. Halle Berry is in like the top, you know, or at least in her prime. In her prime, Halle Berry was in like the top 0.1 percentile of beautiful women, bruh. Come on, man. Come on. Even at the age of 57, I'm still fucking. Okay? I'm still fucking. Halle Berry would be the first old chick on my resume. Fuck it. I would fuck Halle Berry today. Just because it's Halle Berry. Okay? So even if the sex is whack, it's still a win. So, you know. But there you go. That is the quiet hoe. Next on the list, we have the old school hoe. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the old school hoe. I know what you... Listen, hoes don't just disappear. They get older. You know what I'm saying? Some hoes, most hoes, make it across that threshold of middle-age-hood. Okay? And yeah, Vivica Fox is an old school hoe. She is an old school hoe. You know, at one point, she was married to... I think his name was 6ix9ine. He was one of the rappers in that group, 6 Feet or 6 Feet Deep, that was signed to Death Row back in the day. They never really dropped the album or anything because, you know, Death Row ended up falling apart before, you know, their debut album could be released. But at the time, she was married to him briefly. And don't you know, he caught Vivica Fox in the backseat of a limo with Drew Down. Drew Down was smashing Vivica. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 50 wasn't the first rapper, bruh. 50 wasn't the first rapper on her resume. She been running around Hollywood getting smutted out for a long fucking time. For a long fucking time. A lot of times with chicks like Vivica, because if you remember, you know, Vivica was one of the it girls back in the day. You know, she was one of the black it girls. You know, it was Vivica Fox, Halle Berry, Jada Pinkett, and I'm forgetting the other chick's name. The chick that played in Friday. The original Friday with the short hair. I can't believe I'm forgetting her name because out of all them chicks, she's the only one today that looked like she got some damn sense. She the only one to look like she got some damn sense. And I can't think of her name. But those were like the 4 it girls, you know, from the 90s. Out of all of them, Vivica is obviously doing the worst. So, you know, the reasonable question that one would ask themselves is, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? She was an extremely good-looking woman. She pretty much could have had her pick of the litter as far as men are concerned. She had access to some of the most famous and productive men of status in Hollywood. So what the fuck happened? She couldn't get one of them? That's why. Because she was running around Hollywood spreading them coochie juices all over the place, getting smutted out. Even when she was married, in the back of a limo, getting smashed by Drew Down, a married woman. That's why. So yeah, Vivica Fox is the poster child for the old school hoe. And what are the attributes of the old school hoe? I ain't come to play no games today, baby. Hit the Cash App, $ Black Squad. It's right there in your upper right hand corner. Right there in your upper right hand corner. Or you can hit the PayPal. The Cash App and the PayPal are pinned to the top of the post, top of the chat. The attributes of the old school hoe. Number one, she passes the way of hoism on to the next generation of hoes. That is the only capacity in which she desires to act as an elder. Simply to pass on the way of hoeing to the next generation of hoes. The old school hoes basically make up a council or congress of hoes by default. Because they are the old school hoes. They're the older women or the elder women. The elder hoes. So they sit on a council or congress of old, middle-aged, washed up, bitter, has-been hoes. And they're the ones, they don't necessarily keep anybody in line because most of them are not leaders in that sense. So they don't necessarily keep anybody in line, but they help to maintain order. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but as you see in number 3, they help to maintain, quote, order by encouraging the continuation of the chaos. But we're not going to get ahead of ourselves just yet. Number 2, she is the vanguard of misandry. She is the vanguard of misandry. She is the one that teaches the young hoes to hate men, to display their hatred for men, openly and overtly. That comes from her. That comes from the old school hoe, because she's so bitter and upset and angry that things didn't work out for her. So like the late, great Kevin Samuel says, she is in a position where she is forced to buy a dog and die alone. Now she blames men for that shit, even though 9 times out of 10, she was running around here riding the cock carousel back in her 20s and 30s when she should have been thinking about, taking a man serious for the purpose of marriage and family and stability. No, she didn't do that. She wasted her 20s, wasted her 30s, foolishly thought she had more time than she actually did. And like they say, she stayed in the casino too damn long and crapped out when she coulda, shoulda left the casino early with her earnings. So she's upset. She's mad at all men for that shit. So she is the vanguard of misandry. 3, she helps keep gynocratic order, you see order is in quotations, by encouraging the young hoes to engage in chaos. This is the chick that encourages these young chicks to go out here and ride the cock carousel in their 20s. This is the chick that gives all the bad advice to the younger women And the younger women foolishly, naively take her advice because they assume that an older woman would naturally want to give a younger woman good advice. They don't seem to understand that the old school hoe is giving them terrible advice on purpose. They don't seem to understand that the old school hoe is literally encouraging them to go out and make the exact same mistakes that she made, because she knows those exact same mistakes are going to land you exactly where she is now. Alone, angry, bitter, and destitute, with a dusty ass barren womb. Like in Vivica Fox's case, never had children. She was capable of having children, but never had them. Because she was running around screwing everything that wasn't screwed down. I said it. Running around screwing everything that wasn't screwed down. Bars, nigga. Number 4. Her seniority allows her to check, correct, or attack and belittle lower ranking hoes. Because remember, the old school hoe, there are so many of these old school hoes that there are different archetypes of the old school hoe. Some of the old school hoes were quiet hoes back in the day. Some of the old school hoes were scandalous hoes back in the day. Some of them were fat hoes back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Some of them were aggressive hoes back in the day. Some of them were ninja hoes back in the day. You feel me? Some of them were chameleon hoes back in the day. But now that they've aged out, all of them are now old school hoes. You know what I'm saying? So the old school hoe, like I said, is like a coalition or council or congress of, excuse me, of various hoes. They all sit on this, you know, metaphorical council, right? And because of their age, because of their elder status, they have the ability to check, correct, and or attack and belittle lower ranking hoes. They're not able to check and correct high ranking hoes. You know what I'm saying? Only the lower ranking hoes, like the goofy hoe or the handicap hoe. Or if any particular hoe does something so egregious, something that the sisterhood finds to be so egregious, some, you know, unforgivable act of betrayal, then it doesn't matter what that hoe's, you know, ranking is in the hierarchy. Then, you know, the council of old school hoes will pounce, because they know they'll have the backing of the rest of the whole clan. You understand? So number 4, her seniority allows her to check, correct, and or attack and belittle lower ranking hoes. Now, if you've never seen an old school hoe in action, I got something for you that you need to see. Want to see it? Here it go.
A hypocrite, in my honest opinion. He really was. I didn't find anything about him to be healing. He insulted African-American women on a consistent basis. One of his last statements that he said was that if you're over 38 and you haven't married or something like that, that you're no good and disposable. To me, it was a shock jock. And, you know, I hope this is teaching folks a lesson about the karma that you put out, the negativity that you put out in the world, that when karma comes knocking at your door, she might not be so kind. So, you know, the fact that he killed over real quick and was supposedly with a woman that we don't yet know the nationality, rest in peace.
Now, first of all, she is displaying the clear attributes of a certain kind of hoe that is not on the list tonight. So I'm not going to say what type of hoe Vivica Fox obviously was back in the day. All I'm going to say is she's the type of hoe that will have an STD, know she got that STD, and intentionally give it to somebody else or, multiple people. I'm not going to say what particular type of hoe she clearly was back in the day. But here you can clearly see it, because what kind of woman sits there and basically celebrates a man's death? Regardless of what you thought about that man, as long as that man didn't do anything, completely sinister and evil, you shouldn't be celebrating somebody's death. But clearly that's what she's doing here. And I also want you to notice a reoccurring theme, you see, because what she's going to do here in these two little clips that I'm showing you is she is going to display, one of the reasons why there's a black manosphere and a white manosphere, because there are cultural differences between black women and white women. Therefore, there are things that black men deal with black women that white men don't have to deal with white women. Okay? So, Vivica here is going to display something that black men have had to deal with literally from the day we were born. Now, mind you, remember, at the end of that, she said, he was with a woman who we don't yet know the nationality of. Why is Vivica Fox so interested in what exactly was the nationality of the woman Kevin Samuels was with when he died? Now, see, this is something that black men have to deal with that white men don't. This is why there's a black manosphere and a white manosphere. Because I've noticed with my mixed following, I've noticed that there's a few non-black men who seem to take issue with the fact that there is a black manosphere. That a lot of black content creators, black male content creators, speak specifically to issues and concerns of black men. Because they have to, because they wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't. They wouldn't be effective as content creators or as advocates for black men if they didn't. But I've noticed that. That's what happens, though. That's what happens. Now, here in this next clip, 50, made a comment. Remember when he went on Lil Wayne's podcast and made the comments about the exotic women? Now, listen to Vivica.
Do you know what I mean? Okay. It's just like, when I read that, I was like, really? You would say that because you don't want anyone to challenge you or talk to you. You want somebody to sit over there and be a pretty little doll that you can just pay, right? Can't handle a black woman, can you?
Can't handle a black woman, can you? So apparently Vivica hasn't gotten the fucking memo yet that black men are done handling black women. We're done with that shit. We're done with that shit. I mean, come on, man. Because, I always use this, as an example. Think about the things that you have to handle. You have to handle firearms. Because firearms are dangerous. You have to handle toxic chemicals properly because toxic chemicals are fucking dangerous. If you're dealing with snakes, literal snakes, you had better handle those snakes properly because snakes are dangerous. Even the ones that aren't venomous still bite. And their bites hurt like a motherfucker. So if you're going to handle a snake, you better handle it properly. You get the point? Everything that you have to handle is something that can be potentially dangerous to you. So why the fuck would I want to have to handle a woman? What you're telling me is you're a fucking headache. First off. But again, there seems to be this reoccurring theme with Vivica Fox, the old school hoe. She seems to be very much so concerned with who black men are sleeping with. And that is something that I should have added to the attributes of the old school hoe. So, number 5, how would I word it? Number 5, she oversees the dick policing of black men. She oversees the dick policing of black men. Remember, this was about 50 making a comment about exotic women and how a lot of brothers find exotic looking women to be attractive. So Vivica fires back with, oh, you just can't handle a strong black woman. Trying to shame 50 Cent back onto the plantation. Using shaming language to make him feel as though he's obligated to only date black women, to make him feel as though he's doing something wrong if he dates a woman who's not a black woman. And then remember with Kevin Samuels, Vivica Fox showed her interest in finding out what exactly was the race of the woman he was with. There goes that dick policing of the old school hoe. Listen, man, I told you from the beginning, before we were even 3 or 4 minutes into the video, we are now 4.5 hours, approaching 5 hours of content. I told you within the first 3 to 4 minutes, I had something special for you tonight. I told you I took my time with this shit. And we ain't done yet. We are not done yet. Moving along. Now, wait a minute. I saved the best for last. I saved the most dangerous hoe for last. I saved the worst hoe for last. Now, if you've been rocking with a brother for a minute, you should already know which hoe I've been telling you is the worst hoe of them all. This is one of my quotes now about who the worst hoe is. I done told you there's all kind of hoes, but this hoe that we about to break down is the worst one, and this is the last one on the list. This is number 14 on the list for tonight. So listen, if you haven't hit the Cash App yet, this is the last one of the night. Go ahead and hit the Cash App now. $BLAXKSQUAD. It is pinned to the top of the chat. If you're watching this on the playback, it's in the description box along with the PayPal, baby. If you're feeling the content, support the content so I can keep this content coming. Bless the Cash App, baby. $BLAXKSQUAD. Now look, let me take a sip of this coffee real quick. Because I do not plan to disappoint with this last one. I feel like I'm about to get into preacher mode on y'all. The preacher about to come out of me. Without further delay, the worst hoe of them all, the articulate hoe. The articulate hoe. Man, listen. I done told you, there are all sorts of hoes, but that articulate hoe is the worst one. She is the worst one. And y'all know who the fuck that is. That is the notorious, the infamous, the black man hating, the black male baby genocide pushing, the abort black male baby advocate, Cynthia G. Cynthia G is an articulate hoe. Now, wait a minute. When you think of, for those of you who are in the manosphere and red pill spaces, when you think about your greatest opposition, as far as the female content creators who are always speaking against the manosphere and always got something bad to say about black men, who's the first one that comes to mind? She been right there in your face all this time. She been right there in your face all this time. If you didn't know that she was your greatest enemy, if you didn't know she was the worst hoe of them all, I don't know what to tell you. She been right there in your face. She been right there in your face. Now, what are the attributes of the articulate hoe? Do you really want to know? She ain't no joke. The attributes of the articulate hoe. Number one, she is the alpha hoe. She is the alpha hoe. Because she is the most dangerous hoe, she is the alpha hoe. This chick calls the shots. And why does she call the shots? Because, number two, she galvanizes the other hoes and gives them their rhetoric. She is the articulate hoe. She is the one who is well spoken. She is the one who can sit there and articulate stupidity. She is the one who can sit there and articulate stupidity in such a way that it doesn't sound so stupid. She is the one who can sit there and articulate the eradication of black male babies through abortion and amass a following of 150,000 subscribers, which means her reach is actually longer than that. She is the one who can sit there and articulate such things and give other like-minded hoes that sort of rhetoric that they then go out and spew her rhetoric at her behest. So number two, she galvanizes the other hoes and gives them their rhetoric. Number three, she is a diabolical thinker. She is a diabolical thinker. What other kind of thinker would come up with the bright idea that we are going to abort black male babies? Which, do you understand what that means, really? Beyond it being a call of genocide, beyond it being, an obvious threat to the black man's lineage and bloodline and future, do you understand that what she's saying is, and she's going to say it actually later, when I show you the articulate hoe in action, she's actually going to confirm. I actually found a clip of her confirming exactly what the fuck I said that she was actually saying by that before I ever came across this clip. But by saying abort black male babies, what she's saying is, we're still going to have sex with black men. We're still going to get pregnant by black men. It's just that when we find out the sex of the child, if we discover it's a boy, we're going to abort it. We're only going to give birth to black females. Which basically means we are going to use the black man's seed, okay? We are going to use the black man for his seed to reproduce ourselves while simultaneously making sure that the black man is not reproduced. That's what's being said there. And that is some diabolical shit. And that's why, her and a lot of chicks like her are so upset and threatened by the notion of the passport bros. Because the passport bro movement, or the SYSBM movement, those two movements are the simple solution to the idea of aborting black male babies. If the black man takes his seed and goes elsewhere, then they won't have any of the black man's seed to abort his babies in the first place. See, it's one of the reasons why they're so triggered by the passport bros movement and the SYSBM movement. Now, number 4, she possesses the attributes of the other hoes. This bitch is the Dracula of hoes. She is the Dracula of hoes. She's got all the superpowers of the other hoes. If she wants to behave as an aggressive hoe, she can do so. If she wants to behave as a chameleon hoe, she can do so. If she wants to behave as a ninja hoe, she can do so. She can take on the attributes of the other hoes because she is the alpha hoe. She is the Dracula of hoes. This bitch is dangerous. Number 5, she has command over rogue omega males. Like Robert Perkins. His name slipped my mind for a second. She has command over rogue omega males like Robert Perkins. Omega males like Boyce Watkins. Omega males like Mark Lamont Hill, who are such weak-ass men and are so upset with their position in the hierarchy of men that they turn into turncoats against men because they're not respected amongst men, and they begin taking their cues from the alpha hoe, the articulate hoe. And then they start repeating that feminist, misandrous rhetoric given to them by the articulate hoe. I told you this bitch is the worst hoe of them all. Now, when I said that, I'm pretty sure most of you thought I was fucking joking. Because I'm beginning to understand that I joke so much, people don't realize sometimes when I'm being dead fucking serious. And maybe I've got myself to blame for that. But I was not joking when I said the articulate hoe was the worst one. This bitch is the alpha hoe. Number 6, she makes war with her words. She makes war with her words, like abort black male babies. That is a war of genocide. When she can concoct this ideal, turn it into a movement, convey the sentiment to other hoes. The other hoes take the sentiment and internalize it, agree with it, believe in it, and act on it. Now, words have turned into a campaign of genocide against black male babies. She makes war with her words. Number 7, she's almost always a liberal or Democrat. Now, that one's pretty damn simple. She's almost always a liberal or Democrat because, obviously that is the political party that, she could freely practice her filth, freely practice her misandry and hatred of men without being called out on it. If she took that shit over to the conservative side of the aisle, or the Republican side of the aisle, they're going to look at her funny. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, there's all kind of debaucherousness and misandry and terroristic feminism and all kind of shit over there with them liberals and them Democrats. So she fits in just fine over there. Okay. So she hides a lot of her bullshit behind the banner of liberalism. Okay. So number 7, she's almost always a liberal or a Democrat. Now, I know most of you have seen this particular articulate hoe in action already. But I'm going to show you what I done found of the articulate hoe in action. So here is the articulate hoe herself, the alpha hoe herself, Cynthia G. Without further delay.
Vox Soul as well too. Let's talk about that.
Say that again. Say that again.
You were on Vox Soul. I seen an interview on Vox Soul. Yeah. What's Cynthia G? She stated that black male babies need to be aborted. What's your take on that, man?
That was insane.
Yeah.
That was eugenics. She's basically a supporter of eugenics because eugenics was the white racist science that was all about perfecting humanity through selective breeding and selective genocide.
Mm-hmm.
She obviously is a proponent of selective genocide. I think the sister is intelligent, but I think she uses her intelligence for all the wrong means.
What did I say? What did I say? Now, Umar Johnson just said, I think she's intelligent, but she uses her intelligence for all the wrong means. What did I say? I said she's a diabolical thinker. I didn't say she's a righteous thinker. I said she's a diabolical thinker. Umar Johnson actually hit the fucking nail on the head in more ways than one when he was briefly discussing Cynthia G.
I think that she was hurt. I think she has a deep-seated hurt. Somebody hurt her real bad. A black man, whether it was daddy, boyfriend, whoever, somebody hurt that sister so bad. She has not yet faced and overcame that trauma. She's taking it out on all black men and unborn black children at that. It's sad.
And I don't know, obviously, I don't know how familiar Umar Johnson is with Cynthia G. I know Umar Johnson is somewhat familiar with the manosphere space. He's had some negative things to say about the manosphere space because, you know, Umar Johnson doesn't appreciate black men who have standards and whatnot, you know. But on this issue, he's 100% right. And I don't think he has any idea of just how much he really hit the nail right on the fucking head in that brief interaction about Cynthia G. Who was I think it was Angry Man. I think it was Angry Man who actually got it out of her. Cynthia G's daddy was a fucking crackhead. Cynthia G's daddy was strung out on drugs real bad. So all her life she was dealing with the disappointment and letdown and probably frustration and anger of her daddy being strung out on drugs. So yeah, Umar Johnson was absolutely right. There was a man in her past, her daddy, who hurt her. Now, he didn't hurt her in the sense that he abused her or, you know, did anything crazy to her. But he hurt her in the sense that he let her down. He disappointed her. He wasn't there like she wanted him to be there. There's a lot of people with that story. They're not running around here concocting ideals of genocide. That's what this chick is doing. All because her daddy let her down. Her daddy hurt her feelings. Now all black men gotta suffer, including unborn black male children. She is a diabolical thinker.
To stop giving birth to black males doesn't necessarily mean you're giving birth to biracial children. So I don't.
Now here's where she's going to confirm what I've been saying. I'm so glad I found this fucking clip. Because I've been saying this shit. I've been saying, no, she's not saying, obviously she's not just saying she's going to go, you know, she's obviously not just telling black women to go have biracial children. She's saying abort black male babies. So obviously what she's saying is, if you find out you get pregnant by, you know, you're pregnant by a black man, find out the gender of the baby. If you discover it's a black male, abort it. If it's a black female, go ahead and have it. So obviously what's being said here is we're going to use the black man's seed to reproduce ourselves and simultaneously make sure he's not being produced. That is some diabolical shit. That is some diabolical shit. And this is why the articulate hoe is the worst one. And now here in this clip, she's going to confirm that that's exactly what she's been saying.
Why they're looking at these as the same thing. A lot of people think we're advocating for people to just go out and round up black babies, black male babies that are already born, and nobody's saying that either. Like, I would never promote that, because that's not anything that I could or would do. I would never try to harm a child that's already here. However, I think we should probably stop focusing on people being in their infancy stage, considering you spend the least amount of your time as an actual baby. Most of your life is going to be lived as an adult, actually. And so given that we know that.
Okay, pause. I can't stand her fucking voice. My God.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going down there. I don't know what anybody would think we're going to do something to babies. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know why anybody would think that. Of course, I'm not saying that. Like,
oh my God. Like, I never thought I would say this, but damn, bitch, put some bass in your voice. What the fuck? What the fuck? She's so nasally and high-pitched and just, my God. My God. Damn, this is like one of the worst voices on a woman I've ever heard in my fucking life. And that fucking bang. That fucking bang. Not the bang. The bang. Oh, 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 oh. Fuck no. Not the bang. The bang. Oh, 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 oh. Not the bang, bitch. That shit ain't it, bitch. You looking dusty as a fuck. Take it off, bitch. This bitch look a hot mess. She look a hot mess. Look at this broad, bro. Look at that picture. Look at that face. And those earrings and that fucking bang and that goddamn makeup. And what is that called? Eyeshadow over the eyelids. Look like she just stepped out of a fucking Paula Abdul video. The fuck this bitch got on, bro? I'm sorry. I had to pause the video for this quick roast. Just what the fuck, bro? That voice and that face. And that forehead, and that jawline. Jesus Christ, and that fucking bang. God damn, this fucking potato head looking bitch.
We're literally talking about these adult black males who are running amok, who are arrogant, who are dangerous, who are the biggest threat to black women because they're choosing to make themselves be that way. They're literally trying to go run up in people's apartment. Like,
how could black men possibly be the biggest threat to black women when currently black men want nothing else but to get the fuck away from black women? Let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it real. That's where it's come to present day. Present day, a large number of black men. A large number of black men. It's not a minuscule thing anymore. A large number of black men are joining the Passport Bros movement or joining the SYSBM movement. So how could somebody who's trying to get away from you be a threat to you? Certainly, how could they be the number one threat to you when such a large number of them are literally trying to get the hell away from you? And this is why I can't wait to see the success of the Passport Bros movement and the SYSBN movement. I can't wait to see it. I want it to get to a point where statements like that, arguments like that sound so fucking ridiculous because there's so many black men who are with other groups of women. I said it. I said it. I can't wait until there's so many brothers with other groups of women that chicks like her can't even make a statement like that and get anybody to believe it. Because everybody will be able to look around and clearly see with their own two eyes, no, these black men are not a threat to you because they're trying to get away from you. Look, so many of them are with Latinas and Asians and everything else. It's getting to the point now where I'm surprised when I see a brother with a sister. Like, I want it to get to that fucking point. Because then who's going to be to blame for every fucking thing? I want to know who's going to be to blame for everything then. I can't wait to see who they turn on then. They're going to have to turn on somebody.
What do you think about that, Tanya? That dude who went and tried to force his way into that woman's apartment.
If you somehow get pregnant, because pregnancies do happen, you should be terminating that pregnancy if it's by a black man. They're not going to take care of their kids.
Now you hear that? Because I know a lot of the women will try to pretend like, you know, whenever you bring Cynthia G up in, you know, different comment sections, let's say, a lot of females always try to act like they don't know who the fuck Cynthia G is. Like they've never heard this rhetoric. Because I find it strange. I find it strange how, you know, women like Ebony K. Williams could sit up there and say, oh, that's some strange energy to suggest that I'm going to end up alone because of my standards, blah, blah, blah. But she has nothing to say about the strange energy of, you know, women like Cynthia G online every fucking day in comment sections all over the internet every fucking day, celebrating the deaths of black men, such as how when they celebrated the death of Kevin Samuels, or when they celebrated the death of Kobe Bryant, or how a couple of months ago they were wishing death on Jamie Foxx. But nobody has anything to say about that. Or in this case, there is an entire movement of black women headed by Cynthia G advocating for the abortion of black male babies. And I have yet to see a single platform of note ran and operated by black women to speak on this or speak against it. They want to pretend as though they don't know nothing about it. The same way how, if you know, in the conscious community, in the black conscious community, every black woman in the black conscious community, she could tell you every black man in Hollywood, every black man in the NBA, every black man in the NFL who's dating or married to a non-black woman. But when you bring up that Maya Angelou had 2 white husbands in her lifetime, her black ass will sit there and bullshit you and gaslight you to your fucking face and pretend like she didn't know that. And that's your conscious black woman. Bullshit, they didn't know. Bullshit, they didn't know Maya Angelou had 2 white husbands, but they still want to herald her as a hero, some kind of hero, even though she ain't do nothing but fuck white men and write a few poems, but somehow she's a fucking hero. That's literally what she did. That is literally what she did in her lifetime. She fucked white men and she wrote a few poems. Somehow, some way, that makes Maya Angelou a fucking hero. Let black women tell it. But they wish death on Jamie Foxx because he dated like 3 white women in his life. Nobody's going to mention that, though. Nobody's going to mention that. And they're not going to mention this. the chicks in the black conscious community, they gonna pretend like they don't know nothing about this. They're not gonna check it. They're not gonna confront it. Nothing. They will pretend it doesn't exist. I'm telling you, bring up Cynthia G to 99 out of 100 black women. They're going to pretend like they don't know who she is. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? And that's why I want the Passport Bros movement and the SYSBN movement to be as successful as possible.
Been showing this generation after generation after generation. Every piece of statistical data says that if you become impregnated, it doesn't even matter what your race is, by a black man, it is more likely that you're going to be a single mother than have a man there taking care of that kid. So you can base it on them being black at this point. Like you worship black men to the highest extent. Bottom line is most of them don't need to be here. It's just that simple. And I'm unapologetic and
a steady drumbeat of black male genocide, a steady drumbeat of wishing death on black men, a steady drumbeat. She is consistent and relentless, man.
Saying it because I know this is the solution. It is the solution. Now they don't.
What did I say? Number 2, she galvanizes the other hoes and gives them their rhetoric. She's saying this is the solution. The diabolical thinker has come up with a solution to the quote problem of black men.
They don't have to like it. They can try to present a different solution. All roads, except the same road that you've been going down to, is going to lead to a decline in the black male population. And that's because it needs to. Who cares? You're a white supremacist. Black men are white supremacists. Okay, black men are, listen, black men are bigger white supremacists than white supremacists are. So you ain't about to sell me, you ain't worried about white supremacy when you're trying to lay out with the womb of white supremacy, so don't mention it here. Bottom line is trash bag. Y'all are running amok. Y'all are running amok, and I want to know, what is the solution, trash bag? What's the solution?
Oh, the solution?
Yeah, what's the solution? If aborting you isn't the solution, then what is?
Soul as well too. Let's talk about that.
Say that again.
Well,
Box Soul.
There you go. There you go. A steady drumbeat of genocidal war brought to you by the articulate hoe. Like I said, she is consistent and relentless. You heard it for yourself. A steady drumbeat of we got to get rid of the black man. And we will even use the black man for his seed. I mean, imagine going through the trouble, if you will, of getting pregnant. Being pregnant for about 3 months. This life forming in your womb. Only to go and get an abortion. Simply because you discovered it was a boy. And for no other reason than it's a boy. That ain't some sick shit. I don't know what is. But that is the articulate hoe, ladies and gentlemen. I told you that articulate hoe is the worst one. Number 1, she is the alpha hoe. Number 2, she galvanizes the other hoes and gives them their rhetoric. 3, she is a diabolical thinker. 4, she possesses the attributes of the other hoes. She is the Dracula of hoes. 5, she has command over rogue omega males. 6, she makes war with her words. 7, she's almost always a liberal or Democrat. That is the articulate hoe. You saw it firsthand for yourself. You saw it firsthand for yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crossed the 5-hour threshold. We are approaching 5 hours and 12 minutes of content, breaking down an assortment of hoes. And this was definitely a good one. This was definitely, in my opinion, this was definitely an instant classic. I'm gonna have to listen to it. You know, I'm gonna have to listen to the playback and see. But you know, it's definitely I don't know, it's definitely top tier Kenyatta Black content, definitely. So we shall see. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. The only thing that really matters is how the people feel about it. So we shall see. We shall see. But I gave you all the hoes, man. I gave you 14 hoes. I gave you 14 types of hoes. I gave you the aggressive hoe, the chameleon hoe, the ninja hoe, you know, the quiet hoe, the fat hoe, the handicap hoe, the old school hoe, you know, and of course the articulate hoe, the worst hoe of them all, the alpha hoe, the Dracula of hoes. This was definitely a good one. I appreciate all y'all for tuning in, especially those of you who support the platform by blessing the Cash App, $BLAXKSQUAD. If you haven't blessed the Cash App yet, go ahead and do it now. $BLAXKSQUAD. It's pinned to the top of the chat along with the Cash App. If you're watching it on the playback, the Cash App and the PayPal are in the description box. So again, I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I am Kenyatta Black. This has been yet another episode of Convos with Kenyatta. So until next time, and there will be a next time, I am Kenyatta Black. Shout out to the Black Squad. Don't get caught up with these hoes. Deuces.